I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, RonyiQ. I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand rising, grand rising. So civilizations has survived. Of course, many of you may have already heard that there was a ceasefire deal brokered on last night. So let's give the world a round of applause. A round of applause. Thank you guys for joining me this morning. Please hit the like on your way in, or if you hear something that you like, or just thumbs up the video. If you want to support the channel, you can support the channel by becoming a member or $RonyiQ. Scam likely, hello to you. You was right about this madness. Well, thank you, Scam Lightly. Scam Lightly, I'm interested to know, did you think I was right about this madness, or you were just listening to try to figure out what was going on with this madness, or did you think I was wrong? See, that's why I just try to give information as I get it, as I filter it, based upon, my assumptions about the past behavior of the people that are involved with the news. You thought I was wrong. Okay. This is a place where we can share ideas. No one has the whole story on what's right and wrong. We can all have our opinions as long as we can be respectful. Can you tell me what you thought I was wrong about? I have no problem with being wrong, and when I'm wrong, I can admit when I'm wrong. So what part of it did you think would come out differently is what I'm asking. I don't know if you're in a position where you cannot type freely. I understand that people have a lot going on in the mornings, but I'm just curious as to what part that you think would come out differently in this situation. Well, until I hear of your response, I'm going to move on with the story. Okay, so let's get into. I'll be looking for your answer. Let's look into the things that have been going on in this. I was a former supporter of 4547 and thought he would make more of a difference instead of fear mongering. Okay, I understand that. I understand that. And when you know better, you do better. When you finally see things for what they are, you can go ahead and do different things, make different plans. You know, once a thing has shown you, once a situation has shown you for what it really is, then you can better adjust and make different changes that will improve your life and how you go through living your life. That's all it is. Life is just a learning experience, you know. So I have I have no qualms. Many of us have thought things and believed in things, and once we learned that what we believed in wasn't what we thought it was to be, we moved on and we, you know, made different decisions. That's all. No one is to tell you what is right for you. Only you can tell yourself what is right for you. So let's move on. I wanted to talk about this. Now, here we are this morning. Your president announced, let me show you. Your president announced that they had reached an agreement with Iran on last night. I don't have the copy of the post, so I'm going to play a video that says exactly what your president said in his post last night about reaching an agreement with Iran. Now, we understand that your president reached a 10-point agreement with Iran on last night. So let's see what he said about his agreement with Iran last night. Now, this morning, it is something totally different, but we want to hear what his post was last night. Let me play that for you. Let me play exactly what he said. Okay, let's read his post together. Let's read. Oh, wait a minute. It's in here. Here we go. We're going to read his post together. Okay.
Therefore, he was postponing his deadline. Well, so Donald Trump has blinked, as I suspected in one of my videos on Sunday. I had suspected Trump to announce that Iran was positively responding to his threats by Monday, and therefore he was postponing his deadline. Well, he didn't do it on Monday, but on Tuesday, in fact, moments ago. Anyway, Iran has agreed to honor Trump's request, but with two conditions. This would be the broad focus of my video tonight. Also, in my video, Iranians show their indomitable spirit despite Trump's chilling threats. So please stay tuned. So Trump has just posted on social media announcing that he was postponing his threats by another 2 weeks. He wrote, and I quote, based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan, and wherein they requested that I hold off the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran, agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives. And
This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives and are very far along with the defensive agreement. This is what your president wrote in letting the nation know that he had come to a ceasefire agreement, a 2-week ceasefire agreement.
are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long term peace with Iran.
An attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so. Okay, I read that. Along with a definite agreement concerning long-time peace, not short-time peace. We are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. That was the announcement. And now, the reason I'm emphasizing this is because Trump has tried to go back on his own announcement. Trump has come out and said that Iran has lied about the ceasefire agreement, about what is in the ceasefire agreement, less than 12 hours later.
And peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe
We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe what? It is a workable basis on which to negotiate. That's what your president said. He has acknowledged receiving this 10-point proposal from Iran, and we believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized, which means all of these 10 points have basically been agreed to by Iran and the U.S., but they need a 2-week period to finalize and find point all of these agreements. That's kind of like in February when they had reached an agreement between Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff on a Thursday evening, and they plan to meet on Monday to find point all of their agreements that they had made. Agreements that they had made that went further than the agreement that was made with President Obama when they signed that nuclear non-proliferation agreement with Obama. They had agreed even further to further things with Jared Witkoff. They were supposed to meet back on that following Monday. They adjourned Thursday where they were supposed to meet back together after to go to the UN to get their deal written up and sealed up. But what happened on Saturday? On Saturday, Benjamin Netanyahu and the United States struck Iran. So let's be real clear. Also in June, when Netanyahu and the Americas in the United States of America struck Iran, they were in the middle of negotiations then. So my question is, what do you think is going to happen to these negotiations now? We're going to have to get into these negotiations. Benjamin Netanyahu has already said that something in the negotiations is something that he's not going to agree with and that he's not going to stop. He's not going to stop striking Lebanon. But I thought, you know what? I thought that the United States was the world superpower. So how is it that Israel is coming up and speaking on an agreement that a superpower has made and say what they not going to do to abide by the agreement. You know, the same Israel is, which is the reason for us being in this conflict in the first place, because in my opinion, we have a compromised president that followed what Benjamin Netanyahu told him to do. And this is the reason that why we are spending blood and treasure in Iran in the first place. So Benjamin Netanyahu said he don't care, basically, uh, by saying he's not going to stop striking Lebanon. You know, Benjamin Netanyahu is over there doing the same thing to Lebanon that he did to Palestine. Now, we ignored, the world mostly ignored the genocide that happened in Palestine. And if you said something about what was going on in Palestine, you were painted to be a anti-Semitic person. We was rooting out anti-Semitism all in U.S. colleges at the start of this administration for people who had supported Palestine. Didn't say anything bad or wrong about Jewish people as a whole, but protested Benjamin Netanyahu's administration for the things that they were doing, the genocide that they were doing to the Palestinian people. So this was reframed as being anti-Semitic against Jewish people as a whole. No, you know, the same Jewish people who suffered their own Holocaust and the whole world came together finally. Some people were slower to get to the point where they understood that the Jewish people needed to be saved, that genocide against Jewish people was wrong, and the whole world came together to defeat the people who were committing a mass genocide on Jewish people. And now, when the Jewish people are massacring and creating a genocide on the Palestinian people, they have the audacity to say, you are anti Semitic when you point out what they are doing is wrong. If it had happened to you and your ancestors, you should already know that it's wrong. See, if somebody tried to introduce slavery as something that black people should get into, that black people in the United States should start owning slaves, I would understand from the past of my ancestors that that was wrong. I would not agree with that, and I would understand that what was trying to be put upon me as something to do for any type of convenience, for any desires that I had to own black slaves, that would be wrong. Nobody would have to tell me that. I would not be fighting somebody and telling them that they are anti-black if they believed that I couldn't own slaves. See, now we had our whole administration was snatching people out of colleges, snatching visas from students if they had written papers, if they had went to a march to support the Palestinian people. Now here we are. We got our ass in a sling going over in a war upon the request of Benjamin Netanyahu, who has for the past 40 some years been saying how Iran was so close to a nuclear weapon. And now here we are, all of so many of our troops who have lost their lives on this propaganda that Netanyahu has been shooting up about Iran because he is in search of a larger Israel state. As he starts the war, he pops off the war, and then he goes on to venture on to Lebanon, to flatten Lebanon, to have over 1.5 million people displaced, losing their homes out here like gypsies, walking around looking for a new home as he takes over South Lebanon. And he's not even interested in what's going on in Iran as long as your sons and daughters, your military is out here fighting Iran based upon his assertions. He's out here wandering the street trying to steal other land. So Benjamin Netanyahu said that he's not going to stop striking Lebanon. Why does that matter? I'm going to show you why that matters right now. I'm going to show you the 10-point agreement that was reached. Let's go here. Here is the 10-point agreement. Let me read it for you. Let me enlarge this for myself first. And I'm going to read it for you. Clash reports. Iran says the U.S. agreed to 1. Commitment to non-aggression. 2. Continuation of Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz. Acceptance of uranium enrichment. Lifting all primary sanctions. Lifting of all secondary sanctions. Termination of all UN Security Council resolutions. There were some Security Council resolutions that were made against Iran for defending themselves. They acted as if Iran was the primary aggressor, and they made UN Security Council's resolutions against a nation that was attacked by Israel and the United States. So they want the termination of all of those UN Security Council resolutions, termination of all Board of Governors resolutions, payment of compensation to Iran, withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region, not from Iran, from the whole region. All of those military bases that they have in Qatar, in Dubai, in the Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, they want all of those military bases gone. Now, who said that there was a 10-point agreement that was reached? And number 10, cessation of war on all fronts, including Yemen, Lebanon. Let me remove my banner so you can read this. Including Yemen, Lebanon, hold on one second. I want to make sure you can read all of this. Let me remove this. Here we are. Against Hezbollah, including against Hezbollah in Lebanon. They also are including Yemen. They also are including the people in Iraq. I forget what group that is in Iraq that is supporting Israel. So it is very clear that Hezbollah in Lebanon is included in this 10-point deal. Okay. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because Israel is already trying to mess up this ceasefire agreement that has been agreed upon that will save the lives of our military. Hey, Vibrant, how are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for coming. Okay, so let me go back to the remainder of 45, 47 statement so we can be clear on what was announced by your own president. Let's get back to that. A 10-point proposal from Iran. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a It is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention, of the things that almost all of the past things that we didn't agree to, that we thought was a bridge too far, all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. But a 2 week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated on behalf of the United States.
If it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2 week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated on behalf of the United States.
On behalf of the United States as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East.
States of America as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to
It is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. That was the statement of the ceasefire, the 2 week ceasefire agreement. Why is this important? I'm going to tell you why this is important. You go to bed at night and one thing has been agreed to, and you wake up in the morning and all hell has broken loose. That's why I use the thumbnail that I have. Make sure you have someone read this to you in the next 2 weeks. The art of our deal. 47 always want to remind you that he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal. No, this is the art of our deal. The 10-point resolution that we gave you. Make sure you have someone read it to you, because we know that you are mentally incapable of understanding the politics that you are involved in, because we know you have a short attention span, that you have no problem sending people out to fight useless wars on behalf of Israel, and you have no problem with people losing their lives. You have no problem with America losing its treasure on useless wars. So make sure you have someone read The Art of Our Deal, our 10-point plan, the 10-point plan that you actually said last night that you had agreed to. Now, this morning, things are different. Now, this is what we're getting this morning from your president. Let me enlarge this. Trump has, no, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's not the one I wanted to show you. I will show you that later. Now, here. Let's go here. No, I don't want to go here. Looks like I'm gonna have to play this. Let's see what this one is. Trump has grifted his entire life. The State Department transferred. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. That's my next story. I'm sorry. I did not bring up my point. So let me direct you over to the Midas touch, and we will see all of the lies. Trump said that he did not agree that Iran could continue to proliferate their uranium. You saw that is in the 10-point plan. Let me bring up the 10-point plan. Let me tell you all of the things that the Trump administration is now saying. That's not true. We didn't agree to that. That is not true. They're saying that they did not give Iran control over the Strait of Hormuz. They are now saying that they said that Iran must immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Now, it is Iran's contention that their agreement is that Iran would open the Strait of Hormuz to any vessel that is in contact and get approval from Iran when going through the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran will be charging every vessel that goes through the Strait of Hormuz money. Why are they charging them money? For reparations of the damages that were done by the U.S. to their country. They are going to be charging ships between $1 million and $2 million to voyage through the strait. This is so. Whose fault is this? Is this Iran's fault that they need to get reparations, or is this the fault of the United States of America for going to a nation and destroying their nation? Would you rather the United States have to pay your tax dollars for reparations to this country? And it's a wonder that these other countries who are now going to have to pay to go through a strait that they used to go through for free are going to have to pay $1 and $2 million. How do you think that these other countries who are paying these fees now are going to look at the United States? Your president has made the United States less safe for this war, lifting all of the sanctions and lifting all of the secondary sanctions. Oh, you remember how Donald Trump used to tell you that in this Iran agreement that Barack Hussein Obama made with Iran, that he gave them tons and tons of money. He just gave them so much money. Why? Why did he give them money? Whose money was he giving them? He was giving them their own money that had been tied up because what? They had sanctions on them. So when they lift these sanctions and secondary sanctions, uh, Donald Trump is going to be giving Iran tons and tons of money as well. You remember all of that? That was his talking points. And he has agreed to give them tons and tons of money, their own money, by releasing these sanctions. What else? Termination of all U.S. Security Council sanctions, termination of all board of governors, uh, payments of compensation to Iran. That's the charges that they're charging ships to go through the strait. Withdrawal of U.S. combat forces from the region. So your president is telling you a whole bunch of stuff and trying to recreate history. Now, this morning, your president is trying to say that the United States is going to make a whole lot of money. Now, when has the United States under Donald Trump uh, allegedly making a whole lot of money benefited you as an American citizen and how you live your life? How has all of this money that Donald Trump tells you that the United States making have improved your life, has improved the life of any American citizen? So this morning, Donald Trump wants you to believe that Iran and the U.S. will be working together on the Straits of Hormuz, and they will be splitting up the fares, the taxes, uh, the sanctions against other ships, the price that other ships have to pay, that $1 to $2 million that every ship is going to have to pay. Now, this morning, Donald Trump wants you to believe that the United States will be getting part of that money, something that is totally not agreed to in this agreement that they signed, that they agreed to. Now, all of the things that Trump says that he did not agree to in this agreement is really kind of baffling. Let me. It's really kind of baffling. Uh, you have uh, you have representatives for Donald Trump denying that Donald Trump agreed to all of the things that he has definitely agreed to. It is just really, really quite embarrassing. Let's go here. Let me share this with you. This is from Dropsite News. Dropsite News breaking: Netanyahu official says Israel supports Trump's 2-week suspension of strikes on Iran, but will not stop attacking Lebanon. Israel Prime Minister of Office said Tuesday that Israel will suspend strikes against Iran, provided they have a provision. This lower state, it has a provision of what they will do to be in line with the great power of America's agreement with Iran. Is dependent upon a state that the United States helps in giving them free money, in helping their economy, in giving them money to survive off of when they don't even really need our money. We're giving Israel money to for them to buy weapons and everything, and then they are standing in the way to for our agreement as they take our money to keep their state afloat, to do all of the war crimes that they're out around the world doing, but they got restrictions on what they will agree to. Okay, let's be real clear. Israel Prime Minister's office said Tuesday that Israel will suspend strikes against Iran provided Iran immediately opens the strait and ceases all attacks on the United States, Israel, and countries in the regions. Now, I thought this was an agreement between the United States and Iran. So I don't even understand why Netanyahu thought that he had the power to make conditions upon an agreement that is not between Iran and Israel. The 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon, the statement reads. So the agreement reads that the 2 weeks ceasefire does in fact include Lebanon. Now, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Good morning, Miss Toby. Good morning, Candy Cane. It is good to see you, ladies. Thank you for the support, Miss Toby. And I am glad you. I hope you gave that to me because you found out something you didn't know. Because y'all know I set my goals up to tell you things that you may not have heard. That is my mission on my channel, and if I have met that mission, I am glad. I am glad. Now, these are some other things you also may not know that your president is trying to walk back. Your president told you last night that the 10-point agreement that Iran gave him was a workable agreement that he himself had agreed to. So let's go. Let's go here, shall we? What is your president saying this morning? Now, here's your president this morning. The alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud. Now, that statement that said the 10-point agreement that I showed you earlier, that was then put out on CNN. This statement that had the 10-point agreement this morning, this statement, your president is saying that when CNN showed the 10-point agreement, your president is now saying that CNN got it from a Nigerian network and it is false. Your president is now saying that he did not agree to this agreement when last night he told you. that he agreed to. Now, the simple way to get to the bottom of this, when your president announced last night that there was a 10-point agreement that he agreed to, he should have put out the 10 points in that agreement that he agreed to. Now that it is being broadcast what the 10-point agreement is, your president is trying to lie to you and tell you these are things that he did not agree to. So in a live social this morning, the alleged statement put out by CNN World News is a fraud, as CNN well knows. The false statement was linked to a fake news site from Nigeria, and of course immediately picked up by CNN and blared out as a legitimate headline. The official statement by Iran was just released and posted on Truth below. Now, he said the official statement from Iran was just released, and he posted it on Truth Social below. Authorities are looking to determine whether or not a crime was committed on the issuance of the fake CNN world statement. So he's telling you that they are looking into the media for a crime for releasing the statement of the alleged agreement that he made. Now he is calling CNN criminals for a news story. Your government is trying to criminalize news reporting. If you are unaware, this is why Larry Ellison and this is why Pete Kegbreath had the audacity to stand on the world stage and was asked a good question, a question that cornered his ass. And instead of answering the question, he asked the reporter, "What station are you from?" She said CNN. And what did Pete Kegbreath tell her? "I can't wait until the Ellisons own CNN." So your government is trying to silence your news. Your government is trying to silence reporters asking them questions and reporting actual news because your government wants to be like Russia and North Korea and give you propaganda instead of the facts. Let's be real clear. Now, your president said that CNN is being ordered to immediately withdraw the statement with full apologies for their, as usual, terrible reporting. Results of the investigation will be announced in the near future. President Donald J. Trump. So, for their reporting of the agreement that I just showed you, your president is saying that they are going to have an investigation of CNN, and he will alert you to the further how this investigation fleshes out. He now Brendan Carr of the FCC would obviously have to be a part of this. Brendan Carr of the FCC, what is his statement about this? Let's see. Let's see what Brendan Carr of the FCC had to say about this. Let me see. Is this it? I think this is it. Uh, from account close to Tehran, not saying it's correct, but no, this is not it. But this is the first color that we are getting on what any interim Hormuz reopening during the ceasefire would look like. During the 2-week ceasefire, only about 10 to 15 ships would be permitted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, while Iran's approval, in coordination with the IRGC Navy, after payment of tolls, and the United States is committed to releasing all of Iran's frozen assets. All of Iran, they're going to give Iran tons of money. You know, the thing that they said that Barack Hussein Obama did in his agreement with them, they're going to release the sanction, and they're going to give him tons of money, like Barack Hussein Obama. Okay, What else? The Strait of Hormuz will in no way, even after a final agreement, be open as it was before. Relative to the pre war pace of 100 to 120 ships a day, this would constitute a crack in the door, hardly a proper reopening. So they are saying, as opposed to 100 to 120 ships a day, after this agreement is even finalized, they will not be having that many ships go through. You know why they will not be having that many ships go through? Because they said that they are going to have to make sure that there are not no nefarious weapons being bought into Iran. Those nefarious weapons that your president told you that they had shipped to Kuwait to give to the people who were doing this uprising. You know that uprising that they said that 30,000 people were killed by the Iranian government, and then your president increased that number to 45,000 people were killed by the Iranian government. And then he went further. He said between 45 and 60,000 people were killed by the Iranian government when they rose up against the government. You know, the thing that President Trump told the people to rise up against the government and fight the government, and we'll be right here behind you. Come to find out, your your president shipped some guns into Iran through Kuwait. Now, uh, once they did the rise up, there are estimated 3,000 people. They have the names of 3,000 people who lost their lives during this uprising, and many police and military people lost their lives as well. And has been reported that the thing that the CIA, it was an old CIA tactic to get guns into a nation and to create chaos. Now, your president has gone from 3,000 confirmed people to telling you that this government killed up to 60,000 of its own people, and he was the ones who bought the guns into their country. So this is one of the reasons why not many boats are going to be not as many boats as before will be passing through the Straits of Hormuz because they're looking for the okie doke in shipments that comes through the Strait of Hormuz. This is what's tying up the Strait of Hormuz. So your gas prices, while it would be open to people who pay, it's going to be fewer ships a day that are coming through until they get the traffic jam of ships through. Understand that. That is going to continue to have the prices of your gas up. Now they have reported that the price of gas has gone down today, and it is under $100 a barrel, which is a good thing. And I'm pretty sure all of Trump's meons and peons and insider traders have made gobbles of money. So we can expect this ebb and flow for the investors in the stock market who get insider trading information will continue to make money as your gas prices continue to fluctuate and stay high for the next couple of years. Let me see what else is this. Relative to the pre-war, okay. Let's see how many we get tomorrow. During the 2-week ceasefire, only about 10 to 15 ships will be permitted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz with Iran's approval. Now, President Trump want you to believe that the United States is going to be making money when these ships pass through the strait. That we are going to get part of this money. Isn't that interesting? How does that work? Uh, all he is worried about, he hears somebody getting money and he wants to get a cut of the money. But I'm going to tell you the cut, $1.5 billion that the Treasury gave Donald Trump that you may or may not know about. I need to talk about that. Now, let me show you this while I'm here. Let me show you this. Oh, hold on 1 second. I will share this with you. Since I'm here sharing things with you, about what 45, 47 has lied about and is coming out today, making this agreement that he signed, this 10-point agreement. That 10-point agreement has been in action since he gave a 48-hour notice. This is the same 10-point agreement that he said that was unworkable and that they could never abide by, and that was ridiculous. This 10-point agreement from Iran has never changed. Based upon conversations, okay, we received, oh, this is the clarification that we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past conversations have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States and of America, and as president, and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is an honor to have this long-term problem close to resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. I've already read that to you. I apologize. I just want to put a pin in that because I also want you to see the denials of their agreement to this 10-point plan after telling you numerous times that your president agreed to Iran's 10-point plan. They are trying to recreate history. They are trying to did your president even read this 10-point plan is the question I need to know. This is what I want to know. Let's see another Truth Social that your president put out as they deny that they have any inkling about this 10-point plan. Here we go, right here. Trump just shared Argeli's post that he accepted the regime's 10-point proposal. As a reminder, here is the 10-point proposal. Now, this was put out by your own president. What is the 10-point proposal? On behalf of the Islamic Republic of Iran, I express gratitude and appreciation for my dear brother. He, Prime Minister of Pakistan, and he, Field Marshal Manure, for the oh God, this is so small. For the tireless efforts to end the war in the region. In response to the brotherly request of Prime Minister Sharif in his tweet, and considering the request by the U.S. for a negotiation based on its 15-point proposal, as well as a announcement by the President of the United States about acceptance of the general framework of Iran's 10-point proposal as a basis of negotiation. I hereby declare on behalf of the Iranian Supreme National Security Council, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed, I don't know what else it says. Hold on. Let me see if I can. Let me see if I can remove my banner, and because I'm not trying to hide any information from you. What is, if attacks against Iran are halted, our powerful armed forces will cease their defensive coordinations. So, number one, this is, I see 1 through 10. This is their 10-point plan. Permanent end to the war, no temporary ceasefire. 2, no further actions on Iran. Wants U.S. and Israeli guarantees no Israeli strikes on Hezbollah, including in Lebanon. Lift all sanctions, full sanction relief. Number 4, lift all sanctions, full sanction relief. Number 5, end regional fighting, not just attacks on Iran. Number 6, reopen the Straits of Hormuz. Iran would end its blockade. 7, safe passage rules in Hormuz for ship movement. Number 8, charge about $2 million per ship transit fee instead of direct compensation, which means that instead of the United States having to pay direct compensation for reparations of all the shit that they have torn up. No, they will charge about $2 million per ship for fee instead of direct compensation. Number 9, split the fees with Oman. Oman is the nation on the other side of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is on one side of the strait, Oman is on the other side of the strait. I don't see anything about sharing any of the money with the United States. A split of the fees with Oman, shared proceeds. Number 10, use Iran's share for reconstruction to rebuild damaged infrastructure. That is the 10-point plan that your president has put out. Now he's pretending like he don't know. I don't know nothing. What they talking about? I didn't agree to none of that. I don't know none of that. What happened? What had happened? I don't know nothing about that. What? I ain't agreed to that. This is what your president is saying, that he has not agreed to any of the stuff that he broadcast out on his own social media account. Let's be clear. Now, where are we now? Here is the spokesperson from Donald Trump using more unprofessional language. Shall we put it that way? Yeah, we'll put it that way. Using more unprofessional language. I think it's Chung or something is his name. Here he is. What does he have to say about this? Stephen Chung. Let me enlarge this for myself so I can read it. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about, you loser. Go back to whatever hole you crawled out of, because you clearly can't read. This is Iran. Now he's responding to Owen Jones, saying this is Iran 10-point plan, which Trump has accepted as a workable basis on which to negotiate. This is in quotes, as a workable basis on which to negotiate. Now, have no doubt, this is the biggest strategic defeat suffered by the U.S. since its emergence as a superpower. 10-point peace plan guarantees that Iran will not attack again. A permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire. End to Israeli strikes on Lebanon. Lifting U.S. sanctions on Iran. End to the regional fighting against Iranian allies. Iran would reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Iran would impose a $2 million fee per ship transmitting in Hormuz. Iran would split these fees with Oman. Iran would establish rules for safe passage through Hormuz. Iran would use Hormuz fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. Did you see what that man wrote? And did you see this is the same thing that your president wrote? that was the 10-point plan. This is the same thing that your president wrote as the 10-point plan. What is different? And your president's spokesperson has came out and told this man he don't know what the fuck he's talking about. They're lying. They're already lying. Why are they already lying? Why is your president and your administration already lying? Because Israel is not pleased. Because your tax dollar don't go to keep you safe. Your tax dollar goes to keep Israel happy. Israel woke up and let you know that they are not pleased about any of this. So your administration is lying and bootlicking and backtracking on what they agreed on last night. Let's be clear. This is what's going on in your administration, and it is pathetic. It is very very pathetic. Now let me share something else with you. I apologize. I didn't have it pulled up, but I'm pulling it up right now because I want to share more of the things that your administration is lying about already. Already lying. Now there are reports that there were still strikes in Iran last night. There, it is not clear. If the strikes are in Iran, we know who is striking Iran last night. So there's that. Let me share this with you as well. Here is the warmongering Lindsey Graham. The Lindsey Graham, destroy all of them. Yes, reduce them to rubble. The war mongering Lindsey Graham. The Lindsey Graham who let you know that he was taking trips over to Israel and he was getting messages from Benjamin Netanyahu and he was relaying to Trump the reasons why America should strike Iran. Like everyone, I hope we can end the reign of terror of the Iranian regime through diplomacy. No, you didn't wish that. What you wished was that we waged this war. You were like a rabid dog when talking about this war and the people of Iran, Lindsey Graham. There was nothing about the diplomacy that you expressed about the people of Iran and any type of diplomacy. You wanted us to bash them with weapons. That's what you wished for, Lindsey Graham. We must remember that the Strait of Hormuz was attacked by Iran after the start of the war. Excuse me, what you say? The Strait of Hormuz was attacked. Attacked? Who was attacked? How was the strait? The strait is a body of water that is on the Iranian um, on the Iranian shore peninsula. Now, how was that attacked by Iran? What was it? What was the attack? No, it was seized. It was seized by the Iranian people. A part of a body of water that is on their shores was commandeered and restricted other passage of others through. A body of water that is on their coast. You know how like that body of water that is at the that runs along Louisiana, Mississippi, and Florida. That Donald Trump changed the name from the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. You know, they kind of did that. They said that water is since it's on their shores, it belongs to them. You know, kind of like Donald Trump said that since that body of water at Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi and Florida, and since it is on our shores, it is the Gulf of America. That's what Iran did to the Strait of Hormuz. Let's be clear. No one was toppled. No, there was no fight. There were no weapons. No one was conquered. They just took command over that body of water that was on their shores. That's what they did. Let's be real clear. Now, he said, we must remember that the Strait of Hormuz was attacked by Iran after the start of the war. Well, it wouldn't have been this alleged attack on the Strait of Hormuz, a body of water that is in there on their shores, if this illegal war, but they weren't attacked by the Americas. Why do I keep saying the Americas? The Americans after the start of this illegal war. Why was there even an attack by America on Iran in the first place? We must remember that the Strait of Hormuz was attacked by Iran after the start of the war. Now, Lindsey Graham, you are a Senate member. Now, you called this a war. Now, I thought that this administration said that these were uh, 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 strategic attacks and every other thing that they have called them other than war. Because for it to be a war, it would have to have the congressional approval. This administration would have to take it to Congress for congressional approval. Lindsey Graham, you are a Republican. You are a war hawk. You are someone who helped get America into this situation by your own admissions, and you are still not stealth enough to know that legally you cannot call this a war. Okay, these are your words. By attacking Iran after the start of the war, destroying freedom of navigation. Going forward, it is imperative that Iran is not rewarded for this hostile act against the world. Now, it wasn't a hostile act against the world for the United States to attack Iran for absolutely no reason. You didn't notice that hostile act. When you were sitting up under Netanyahu and telling Netanyahu how to smooth Donald Trump into doing Netanyahu's bidding, you didn't figure that would be a hostile act against the world, because you were so stupid that you didn't know that the Strait of Hormuz being taken over by Iran was even a thing, was even possible. Okay. As to the Iranian 10-point proposal to end the war, so there's another admittance about the Iranian 10-point proposal to end the war. I look forward to reviewing it at the appropriate time, and it's a submission to Congress for a vote. Now, how come you couldn't review it like everybody else has reviewed it? He is interested in looking at the proposal at the appropriate time as it's submitted to Congress for a vote. So you are saying that this 10-point proposal that your president already has agreed to for a ceasefire for 2 weeks must be submitted to Congress for a vote. For a vote on what? What Congress gonna be voting on? But you didn't see it fit for your president to go to Congress for a vote on this, what you yourself called a war. But you expect this 10-point proposal, because it comes from Iran, it has to be approved by Congress when your stupid president has already agreed to the 10-point proposal. And you have the audacity to say that this is something that Congress must approve, but you never had the fucking balls to say that Congress must approve what you call a fucking war. The audacity of this sassy ass bitch. Okay. Woosah, RonyiQ. Woosah. Woosah, RonyiQ. Woosah. These people are absolutely disgusting. These people are stupid and disgusting. And if it puts money in their pocket, they don't care what happens to you, your family, the your cost of living, the things that you have to go about on this folly of a war that they only look to put money in defense contractors' pockets to enrich the already rich. They will tell you anything, and they believe that you are so stupid that you will believe the stupid stuff that they are telling you. As Lindsey Graham during this war was caught in Disneyland with a big bubble machine in his hand, like a little bitch, like a little 12-year-old little blonde girl running around Disney World with a bubble machine during a fucking war, living his best life as a little girl. Now, TMZ has reported, and I agree with TMZ. TMZ has requested, shall I say, if you see any of your congressmen or your senators out on a beach lounging and relaxing, they said this on yesterday, because I also said on yesterday that I was dismayed at the fact that we didn't see any representatives uh, 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 ringing the bells, calling alarm to the fact that we were unsure at this time yesterday if your president, your inept president, was going to do a nuclear strike, talking about ending civilization for a creating genocide on a group of people for absolutely no reason. And while your senators and congress people are on vacation, TMZ requested that if you see any of them lounging around having a good time at a point where they know an incompetent man was talking about ending the civilization of the Iranian people, to send the photos in to them so they could shame them for being out and about lounging and doing bullshit instead of ringing the alarm. Because if this would have happened, if that would have happened, a lot of people, not maybe not you, a lot of people do not understand the detriment that would have caused the United States people. But see, a lot of you don't see the detriment that this is causing us anyway. A lot of you don't see the detriment of this foolishness that is going on in this government. How we are being isolated. We have been isolated ever since this administration has come in with its tariffs, with its talking about taking over different countries, with its supporting Russia and where was JD Vance? Hungary, these authoritarian nations, as opposed to supporting our EU allies. All of this talk about not all of these war crimes, not following the Geneva Convention. You guys are maybe unaware of how the United States is looking on the world stage. You guys may not understand that while whatever deal that has been reached with Iran, your president released the sanctions on Russia. Russia is making more money than they ever had on this war, selling oil. Your president had released sanctions on Iran to sell their oil. Iran is making money. Now, China is allegedly helping. China and Russia has been allegedly helping Iran during this whole war with giving them intelligence. How do you think that all of our military installments have been struck down? The billions of dollars worth of machinery, all of the munitions that we have shot out during this war, that our stockpile of munitions to protect America have been depleted behind this senseless war for no reason. You don't think China is noticing it? You don't think China is paying attention to it as it gives the people that we are depleting our munition on information of how to actually strike and tear up our military machines, our $1 billion worth of military machines? And you have somebody out here just shooting off our munitions and putting our aircraft, our military lives in danger for absolutely nothing. Like it means absolutely nothing. And then they're going to come back to you and act as if they care so much about your protection. They're going to make believe that they give a fuck about protecting you, the American people. So what they going to do to protect you? They're going to ask you for more money. That's the only thing they do to protect you is put everything under the guise of protection, the protecting the American. And they know they can get anything out of a certain class and um race of people under the guise of protecting America. That's what they're going to do. They're going to come back to you and ask you for money because we're protecting you. We're protecting you. Let me finish this Lindsey Graham bullshit. Okay. As to the Iranian 10-point proposal to end the war, I look forward to reviewing it as at the appropriate time as it is submitted to Congress for a vote, like we did with the Obama JCPOA. Did you do a vote when Trump tore up the Obama JCPOA? Was there a vote put toward Congress then, Lindsey Graham? I want to refrain that. I want to reaffirm that from my point of view, every ounce of the approximately 900 pounds of highly enriched uranium has to be controlled by the U.S. and removed from Iran to prevent them in the future from having a dirty bomb or returning to the enrichment business. The Libyan model, for lack of a better phrase. Time will tell. Okay, here's what time's going to tell. Time's going to tell that you are pretending like that what was in the plan that they will continue to enrich uranium. That's what time is going to tell. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Cause alone, alone at Disney, alone at Disney with a bubble machine. South Carolina people are so low. I didn't hear a protest in South Carolina against Graham. There should have been a protest in South Carolina against Graham. Hey, hey Leonard. Hey, what is that? Hamdi Ba. I don't know what your name is. I will butcher your name. But hey, welcome to the show. I appreciate you being here. He just haven't met the right woman yet. You know, kind of like, Liberace. You know how it took him a long time, and his mama used to say, well, he's single because he just hasn't met the right woman yet. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Let's see. Hey, Profo Profoac. I know. Israel is still striking Lebanon today. They're creating a whole nother genocide. Thank you for becoming a member, Dingbat Brown. For 23 months. I appreciate your support, Dingbat Brown. I definitely appreciate your support. Thank you, Nisi is here. I appreciate you sharing me out. I definitely appreciate that, and I appreciate you being here today. Um, let's get on with some things I wanted to share with you. Now, it was oh, Jesus. Now, what else? What else? What else? Let me share with you what happened when this peace temporary peace agreement was met. I will share this with you. The Iranian people, Iraqi people were out in the street celebrating. So now during the wait up to the start of the strikes, the Iranian people went out and they stood shoulder to shoulder in areas where their power plants were. And you know what your president said? That's against the law. They're not supposed to do that. In solidarity with their country, there were lines and lines of people standing shoulder to shoulder as the 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time deadline approached for Trump to annihilate their state. There were Iranians all over the state, standing shoulder to shoulders in front of their power plant and nuclear plant facilities. And your president said that that was illegal. Your president, who is doing a illegal war, who told you that he was going to commit a war crime by striking these facilities, told you that it was illegal for the Iranian people to stand shoulder to shoulder in their own nation. Isn't that peculiar? Do you find that strange? I think that's par for the course. Our president has lost his mind, in my opinion. I want to share with you once that was announced that there will be a ceasefire, a reaction from the Iranian people. I'm not sure if your for-profit media will show you that. I'm not sure if your Larry Ellison owned media will show you any of this. So let's see the reaction from the Iranian people when this was announced, shall we? Here we go.
Victory over Donald Trump and his regime. You see the people out on the street here in Iran. Here are people out in Iraq and Baghdad. Across the Middle East, the Shiite community and others are out partying and having parades over the defeat of the United States. And let's be very clear, this was a total and utter capitulation and surrender by Donald Trump and his regime.
Okay, so that's what was going on with the Iranian people. Um, so let's go a little further. Now, let me close this for you. Let me see what you're saying. Oh, yes, they were celebrating. They were definitely celebrating. So, let me see. What else is there that I would like to share with you? So it seems like a power plant day and bridge day did not happen. Now, here are some more things that I definitely want to share with you that have been overlooked as we've been looking. I think that a lot of these things that are overlooked by design because while they are doing these illegal wars and these illegal strikes. Your president is actually stealing from the treasury, and I want to see if you are familiar with this story. Let me also Uh, before I leave, when we were waiting on these Iranian strikes, to see if those Iranian strikes were going to happen or not, a story came out on Politico, and I was able, I had the story yesterday, but it seemed like something happened and I couldn't find it on Politico, but I found it here on Wire. Iran linked hackers are sabotaging U.S. energy and water infrastructure. So it was reported on last night that if the strikes had gone through for the infrastructure in Iran, that they had hackers that had planned on striking the United States water and energy infrastructure. And there was a warning put out. Did you hear that warning put out over the news? No, they put out an official warning so that if something really happened, they can tell you that a warning was put out. But I did not hear that warning broadcast reported anywhere in the United States. As Trump threatens Iranian infrastructure, the U.S. government warns that Iran has carried out its own digital attacks against U.S. critical infrastructure. The U.S. President Donald Trump threatens wholesale dem- dem- demolition of Iran's infrastructure in the midst of an escalating war. Iran now appears to have already reciprocated with its own form of infrastructure sabotage, a hacking campaign hitting industrial control system across the United States, including energy and water utilities that U.S. agency says has had disruptive and costly effect. Oh God, they are not letting me read the rest of the article. Hold on. Let me see if I can reboot this article. I can reboot it. Okay, here we go. A hacking campaign hitting industrial control system across the United States, including energy and water utilities, that the U.S. agency says has had a disruptive and I'm not joining this. I hate when they put shit like this behind a paywall. A paywall. This is ridiculous. So well, what they're saying is that there were hackers that were have been. They have proof that these hackers have actually been hacking into our infrastructure, our power infrastructure, and our water infrastructure. Why these different media outlets put things like this behind a paywall? It makes absolutely no sense. I can understand putting certain stories behind a paywall, but stories about our national security, uh, they can do what they want. You can look for the story in other articles. There are several other articles. I held this because it was not behind a paywall, but I see it is today. So that's how the cookie crumbles. But I want you to understand that is very important to know. And the reason why that is important to know is because our FBI has fired people who investigate this exact type of thing. Our FBI has fired people who investigate Iranian hackers. So let me give you the information on these Iranian hackers that I have. Now, Kash Patel, I believe 1 or 2 weeks before the Iranian war, he fired these people who specialize in cybersecurity and the Iranian attacks on our cybersecurity a week before the war. And that really had no a good effect for Kash Patel because a day or two after it was reported that he fired people in Iran who whose job was to watch for cyber attacks. Uh, Kash Patel's own personal email was exposed. So let me share this with you if you are unaware of how this stuff is really affecting America and the ineptness of our government and the people that our president has put over our government is having on our security. While they want to talk about security, let's really talk about American security. Well, let's get into this.
The FBI director, Kash Patel, fired about a dozen FBI agents and analysts who worked at a counterintelligence unit that focused on threats from Iran. Now, they worked for a unit called CI-12 in the Washington field office of the FBI, and they were fired because they were part of a team that investigated allegations that Donald Trump mishandled classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago resort. They were responsible for handling a variety of national security cases, not only classified documents mishandling, but also tracking foreign spies on U.S. soil. And in the last few years, the U.S. government says that the Iranian government has been behind a number of plots here in the United States, including attempting to assassinate Donald Trump and former members of the Trump administration. But the FBI tells us that they maintain counterintelligence teams around the country and that they believe they can still respond to any threats from the Iranians. But this is part of a wider trend. The Justice Department and the FBI has seen a number of firings, not only from counterintelligence, but also national security lawyers in the National Security Division. We're told by sources that some parts of the National Security Division are down as many as half the number of employees that they had before Donald Trump took office his second term. We're hearing from people inside the FBI and the Justice Department that they're worried about whether the FBI can actually respond to some of the national security threats and some of the intelligence threats as a result of the ongoing conflict in Iran. Just days before the United
Okay, there's that. There is another one I would like to share with you about Iran leak hackers uh, and how Kash Patel should know better because they were actually in the agency that the people he fired were actually in the agency that monitor Iran hackers. So let me share this with you as well. This is your government, and they're going to come to you and ask you about getting more money in their bloated budget bill for your own safety. If you don't know, I want to tell you about that.
the personal email of FBI Director. Hackers connected to the Iranian government have breached the personal email of FBI Director Kash Patel. The FBI says that they're trying to mitigate this breach of his personal email, and they note that there is no government information that was implicated. What we know is that the emails date back from 2011 to 2022, and they're mostly mundane things such as photos and some personal effects that he was trying to look for an apartment. There was some emails also that he forwarded from his government account back when he worked for the Justice Department National Security Division. Now, the Iranians have been very active in response to the current war between the United States and Israel and the Iranians. They've been targeting government officials. They did this back in 2024 as well, targeting Patel, a number of other officials, including John Bolton, who ended up in having some legal problems because of some of the information that the Iranians exposed that he had been sending from his government account, according to prosecutors. Underscores how active the Iranians are in trying to respond to the ongoing war. Hackers connected to the Iranian government have.
Okay, hold on one second. Okay, I apologize. Okay, so I just wanted you to know about what's going on with the hacker situation. So let's talk about the 1.5 trillion dollars that 4547 has procured from your government. Shall we? Shall we talk about that? Yes, let's talk about that. I think that more people need to know that. Jesus, what is that? Okay, so here we are. The Trump administration has procured $1.5 billion from the United States Treasury to start up this. What is this? The Department of Peace. Department. What is it called again? Um, The Trump administration has proposed a plan to reduce funding for many scientific related agencies. All figures are in U.S. dollars. Now, this is in effort to procure money for his made up Department of Peace agency, which is charging nations $1 billion for a lifetime membership. Now, understand that who will be over this Department of Peace? Is the Department of Peace? I don't think it's called the Department of Peace. We're going to call it the Department of Peace now. This Department of Peace organization is headed up, and he appointed himself the lifetime chair of this Department of Peace, and he has gotten $1.5 billion from the United States. Some of this money has come from different agencies like NASA. They are cutting money from the NASA budget from 24.4 billion to 18 billion. National Institutes of Health, their budget is being cut from 47 billion to 41 billion. National Science Foundation, they're cutting their budget 8.8 billion to 4 billion. Department of Energy, for office and science, their budgets are being cut from 8.4 billion to 7.1 billion. National Institute of Standards and Technology from 1.4 billion to 900 million. National Oceanic and what is it? The Atmospheric Administration, the atmospheric institute is being cut from 6.2 billion to 4.5 billion, and the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, has been cut from 8.8 billion to 4.2 billion. So all of these are scientific areas that 4547 has cut money from, and all of this money has been cut to be laundered over to this Board of Peace bullshit. Now we know that they initiated the the start of this border peace based upon the lie that they had brokered peace between Israel and Palestine, and there has been more death in Palestine, more attacked by Israelis, more attacked in the Gaza Strip by these Israelis gangs just going over and burning up houses and unaliving people in their houses and running them out of their houses on the West Bank, and all of this resettlement of people in the West Bank. And in the people who are actually living in Palestine, they have continue the genocide of the few people who are still alive in Palestine. So let's be real clear. There is no reason for this border peace anyway, because there has been no peace brokered. So they are charging different nations $1 billion to join this border peace, and they have taken $1 billion, much of which has gone they have taken from scientific research facilities in the United States for this alleged border peace. And guess what? Uh, your president has appointed himself the chairperson, the lifetime chairperson of this board. And guess what else? Your president is the only person who will have access to use this money that they collect for membership to this board of peace. So that means that $1.5 billion that they have taken from the American Treasury, that is in the hands of your president alone. He has the sole authority over $1.5 billion that was taken from the American Treasury. See, they're doing it in your face because they know that these weak senators and Congress people are sitting up and watching all of this happen, and they are saying absolutely nothing. There is absolutely no oversight. There is absolutely no call to have Scott Bessent answer under oath about the illegalities of them laundering money to the president of the United States under false recourses. People should go be in jail. Now, I understand that there are cries and outcries for the 25th Amendment to be struck on Trump. There has been a lot of voices that have come out talking about the 25th Amendment, but I disagree. I totally and wholeheartedly disagree. I think that Article 2 of the executive branch, Section 4 for impeachment should be enacted. Not only that the vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors. To think that you are going to get 2/3 of the vote of these sycophants who are implicit in helping all of this money laundering, all of this insider trading, to think that you are going to get treat 2/3 of the Republicans to impeach this president is insane. Because these people are profiting off of the ignorance of this country. So I do believe that not only should the president be impeached, the vice president, who is a tool of Peter Thiel, is absolutely no better. He is absolutely no better. Now, it has been reported that the vice president is trying to throw 45, 47 under the bus. He is trying to act as if he didn't agree with the war and all of this. Why is all of this shit coming after the fact? After our blood and treasure has been spent over in Iran. He never said any of the things that he's saying before the war, during the war, until after this fucked up agreement that puts Trump in a losing position, that shows what a loser Trump really is, to show that Trump had absolutely no way out of this predicament by hiring this drunk Hexef over the Department of Defense. And now here comes J.D. Vance. Now J.D. Vance is brand new and he has something to say. Let me tell you something. All of this administration needs to be hauled out. All of them, because it is the Trump's own administration who is going to have to bring forth the article of impeachment, the article 25, to get him thrown out of office and to get J.D. Vance put in his seat. And, it does me no good. There's a lot of talk about what is the crazy guy, Alex Jones, saying that we should impeach Trump immediately. How do we get him out of office? What do we need to do? And Tucker Carlson. Now, Tucker Carlson has been out here feigning dismay. Now, we know when Tucker Carlson was still on Fox News. We know when 4547 was running in 2020 and in 2024. He was a staple on the Tucker Carlson show with these softball interviews. Tucker Carlson is one of the main reasons why 4547 is in office now. Now, so many people want to broadcast what Tucker Carlson has to say about 4547, but had not it been for Tucker Carlson profiling Trump and blowing him up with softball questions, Trump wouldn't be in office today. Like the same thing that they're doing with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, who all of a sudden is like, oh God, what's going on? Like, you don't understand what's going on. What's going on is you made a boatload of billions of dollars supporting this motherfucker, sitting up at his inauguration, acting like you didn't see the obvious as you profile and platform this dumb motherfucker on your program and put him up for your audience, in front of your huge audience, and recommended that they vote for this motherfucker. All of these people that they want to act like it's a big deal that they have come to the light. What light was there to come to? They saw the same thing we saw when this fool was campaigning for president of the United States. They saw that he was vapid and there was nothing there. But they still profiled him because it made them rich people. It made them rich individuals. But now, we're supposed to highlight them, that they see like, oh God, something's. But why can't you enunciate what is wrong? Why can't you enunciate any regret that you profile this motherfucker for the nation, so that you could get personally wealthy off of the profiling of this fool for office? You don't see none of that. And the thing that tripped me out the most about this Tucker Carlson bullshit, he wants to come out and now call 4547 the Antichrist. You know what? I believe that he's the Antichrist, because you know what I noticed when I was sitting at the inauguration? Well, if you notice it, the inauguration was January 20 something of last year. Now here we are in April of 2026. Now you want to tell us what you noticed in January of 2025? Everybody noticed that devil didn't put his hand on the Bible. You think that you the only person that noticed it then? See, because people who noticed it back in January 2025, they spoke on it in January 2025, that motherfucker didn't even attempt to hover his hand above the Bible, and when he took his oath of office for president this time. But now all of a sudden, Tucker Carlson is coming out like this is some breaking news. And you know what? I really think he's the Antichrist. He has been doing the same thing that he has been doing. You are on personal phone calls with him. You know the little shit that he guards personally via your phone conversation. And now you're telling us that we should believe that he's the Antichrist, as there are rumblings that Tucker Carlson may be running for a president in 2028. If you don't get the fuck out of my face, you better with that dumb shit. Let's continue. Is there anybody else talking? He's a loser. He's an absolute loser. An absolute loser. An absolute loser. As his agreement to everything Iran never backed off of. And what happened? Your president said, okay. Your president said that Iran just wouldn't cry uncle. But who cried uncle in these negotiations? Your president did. Your great president cried uncle. That's who cried uncle in these negotiations. Now, what was I wanting to, this is what I wanted to cover. I think we're going to go to secular talk and let Kyle Kalinske tell you about the $1.5 billion that your president has taken from your treasury for this fake ass board of peace bullshit. Are we going there? No, we are not going there. Let me see. Hold on, I'm not sharing this. I wanted to share one more thing on Kakai Patel and how he is jeopardizing this safety of the nation by firing all of the people who are in charge of and have the expertise in the cybersecurity breaches that the Iranian people are trying to use in the United States. Let's get into this.
About 12 hours after President Donald Trump started this new war with Iran, his FBI director, Kash Patel, took to social media to reassure the American public about safety here at home. He said, quote, "Last night I instructed our counterterrorism and intelligence teams to be on high alert and mobilize all assisting security assets needed. While the military handles force protection overseas, the FBI remains at the forefront of deterring attacks here at home." At the forefront, he says, at the forefront. That is the idea. That said, new reporting from MS Now's Carol Leonnig tonight says this, quote, "When FBI Director Kash Patel fired a dozen FBI agents and staff last week, he targeted an elite counter-espionage unit that investigates threats from foreign adversaries and specializes in Iran." According to more than a half dozen sources with knowledge of the firings, the unit that Patel gutted, known as CI-12, conducts investigations of illegal media leaks and mishandling of classified documents, and also has veteran agents trained on threats and spy operations with a special focus on the Middle East, including Iran and its proxies. Some of this was first reported by the New York Sun. I will tell you that Carol Leonnig is also reporting tonight that at the FBI today and tonight, people there are bracing for potentially more firings in this unit. The FBI is denying that it has done anything to hamper the agency's counterintelligence capabilities. But as I said, Carol Leonnig reporting tonight that people inside the FBI are, quote, bracing for the possibility that Patel will fire more agents and staff, specifically on CI-12. Joining us now is Carol Leonnig, MS Now senior investigative correspondent. Carol, I really appreciate you making time to be here. I know it's a really busy time for you.
Thanks for focusing on this. It's really important.
What does CI-12 do?
CI-12 is casually known, that's its kind of code name, but it's casually known as a global espionage squad of the FBI. It's got a combination of agents, analysts, and also support staff based out of the Washington field office. It's been involved in a really interesting panorama of cases, Rachel, some of which you've covered extensively here. It worked on the case involving classified documents involving Donald Trump, hoarding and concealing hundreds and hundreds of top secret records at his home in Mar-a-Lago. It also investigated leak investigations. It investigated John Bolton even, and classified records that were found at his home, or classified information, forgive me, that was found at his home. And it also, with the exception of Russia and China, looks at espionage and other threat information from foreign adversaries in other countries. This is important when it comes to their specialty in the Middle East, because they've been involved in essentially catching people on U.S. soil who are operatives of foreign governments, and that includes Iran.
Iran has a long and terrible history of assassinating people in other countries, not just in the Middle East, but throughout Europe, even making attempts here in the United States. I mean, going back decades, you look at in the 80s and 90s, what they call the chain murders, where there were literally dozens of Iranian dissidents and opposition figures who were killed mysteriously all over the world. It turned out to be an Iranian intelligence and security services plot that did that. It does seem like this is, for everything else that Iran is and isn't, it does seem like they've invested a lot in their ability to kind of reach around the world and affect the kind of change that the regime wants, specifically with assassinations and other kinds of sabotage plots. Is that why the FBI sort of has this unit that works on it from Iran, and they separate it from, for example, what China and Russia do and some of the other big adversaries that we've got along those lines?
You're on the right track. The reason Russia and China are separate is because they're such behemoths, right, that they need their own teams, essentially, their own specialists. But the Middle East is a great concern, and Iran is chief among them. I mean, we all have, I hope, are all aware that when Donald Trump, in his first presidency, ordered the drone strike that killed a Revolutionary Guard general, a very beloved one there, Qasem Soleimani, when that happened, it spurred literally multiple murder-for-hire operations. One that I wrote a lot about involved a fellow named Asif Merchant, who the FBI found here in Houston and also in New York, offering to meet former convicts, former releasees from prison, and saying that he had up to $1 million to offer people if they would help him kill Donald Trump. And let's put that in some scary context. He had done so much reconnaissance, the FBI discovered, that he had basically reviewed the Secret Service protocol for Donald Trump, and he reported back with pictures how many agents surrounded Donald Trump at a time on the campaign trail after he left the presidency and was running again for re-election, and had tracked, how could you pierce essentially that circle, that bubble around Donald Trump.
Okay, this link is in my description box, as all the other links I have shared with you about the FBI agents being fired, who watch the who specialize in watching Iranians and watching for hacking incidents, cybersecurity for Iran. All of this is in my description box. All the links are under the title hacking. Now we're moving on to the Board of Peace. This link will be in my description box. It will show up under the Board of Theft. Let me share this story with you that I was talking about regarding the Board of Peace. Let me share this with you. This comes from, I believe it comes from the New Republic. Yes, the New Republic. Here we go. Now, remember, initially, your president said that the United States will be had pledged to put 10 billion of your tax dollars into this made up entity called the Board of Peace. Trump funneling money for his Board of Peace from the State Department. Taxpayer dollars are being diverted to President Trump's corrupt Board of Peace. The New Republic. This link is in my description box. Peruse the article at your leisure. Share the article, share this video. The State Department is relocating $1.2 billion in foreign aid funding to President Donald Trump's War Criminal Field Board of Peace, Scene Ford first reported on Thursday. Officials took $1 billion from international disaster assistance, $200 million from peacekeeping operations, and $50 million from international organizations in order to finance the president's slush fund, posing as a peace plan for Gaza. In reality, the Board of Peace has not transferred any money to Gaza, despite saying it will, nor has it disclosed how it would spend any of its funding to promote international peace. The whole thing is seemingly a farce to carry out Jared Kushner's master plan to turn Gaza into a strip of luxury hotels. If you are not familiar with my channel, I showed you Jared Kushner over 2 years ago, saying that there was nothing there in Gaza and they ought to tear it all down, and it was great waterfront property. Over 2 years ago, I shared this with you, and Jared Kushner has not changed. And Jared Kushner is the one who came out and showed you the markups and all of these boards of about the markup of making Palestine a new techno state for tech billionaires, and he had the rendered drawings on boards that he was showing off and all of this stuff. Are we going to forget that? Are we going to act like that didn't happen? The same Jared Kushner who got $2 billion from Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, who is, by the way, very pissed off at Donald Trump for agreeing to this ceasefire program. Now, Jared Kushner was over in Saudi Arabia trying to get $5 billion more from the Saudis, but the Saudis are not pleased. Now, the Saudis were so pleased with Donald Trump and Jared Kushner that after Trump's first administration, they gave him $2 billion against the Saudis wealth fund recommendations. They said no, he doesn't have experience in this job. Why would we give him $2 billion? The Crown Prince overrode that decision and gave him $2 billion because they were so pleased with the Trump administration. Now Jared Kushner is walking around with Steve Witkoff making personal deals with these rich Saudi entities and investors, and now he's talking about what he's going to do with the Gaza Strip after you purge it of all these people, take them and move them somewhere. Then you move them to the desert or somewhere, and this is great waterfront property. That's what Jared Kushner said out of his own mouth. I don't have time to Google it. I would Google it. I've talked about this story a million times. So let's get back into this story because I can talk about that slum bag forever. And a slumlord slum bag. Okay. The State Department, officials took $1 billion from international. Okay, I read that. His master plan to turn Gaza into a strip of luxury hotels. I read that. Let's get into it. Trump previously announced the U.S. would give $10 billion in total to the board, which he assured taxpayers is a very small number when you look at that compared to the cost of war. That's what your president told you. He has already told you that. He told you that when they did that fake ceremony in over in the Middle East, professing that there had been a peace between the Palestinian people and Israeli people, a peace deal that neither Hamas nor Benjamin Netanyahu or anyone from either of those entities signed. That whole big fanfare, all of that fanfare was to announce a different way for 47 to hustle billions of dollars out of the United States Treasury. Let's be clear. There is no peace. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff has never brokered any peace anywhere. In Palestine, in Russia and Ukraine, in the Middle East, between anybody. They have never ushered any peace. All they have done is make themselves individually wealthy with the access that they get from Donald Trump's presidency to fly all over the world and to rub shoulders with millionaires with their close vicinity to the president of the United States. These people are going across the world making themselves independently wealthy. Billionaires, not millionaires, billionaires. Billionaires. Okay, let's be clear. Okay, this would be wait a minute. Which he assured taxpayers is a very small amount number when you look at the compared costs of war. Now, he wants $10 billion. He's telling you is a very small number compared to war. And then after he tells you that, asks you for that, he goes to war for absolutely no reason. Which he tells you how much it is compared to war, and it is easier and it's less expensive to delve into these this bogus board of peace. But when it came time to deal with Iran, which he still can't tell us why we are at war with Iran, did he go to his board of peace, him being the head of the board of peace, him demanding a peace, the Nobel Peace Prize? Did he go to peace when it came to dealing with Iran, when he tells you that going to the board of peace is cheaper? No, he went straight to war with Iran for absolutely no reason. A bunch of bullshit. So we can understand that. Okay. Countries seeking permanent members on the Board of Peace are required to pay $1 billion for their spot. On Thursday, Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto introduced a bill that would take $1 billion of the Board of Peace funding and redirect it to the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program amid skyrocketing gas prices from Trump's war in Iran. Let's give that woman a round of applause. Let's give that woman a round of applause that she duly deserves. Let's give applause. Now, I read off a list of things that the Trump administration will be cutting, because the Trump administration is asking to increase the $1 trillion budget for the Department of Defense to $1.5 trillion, and included in the cuts to give the Pentagon $1.5 billion is assistance with home heating for the poor. So I read off the list of let me read off the list of things that your administration is trying to cut to give the Defense Department $1.5 trillion. Let me be sure that you understand. While they're talking about trillions for fake boards of peace, what they are taking from the regular American citizens. I really need you to understand this, to see this and understand this. Uh, let's go. Let me tell you some of the things that they are talking about taking away from American citizens. Let me share this with you. Put all of this into perspective for you. Here we go. What are some of the things that they plan to take away from the American people? Uh, let's uh, let's review. Um, Wait a minute. I may be able to see it better on here. Let's review the things that they want to cut to make the Pentagon budget $1.5 trillion. Military budget. Uh, Let me see. Military budget by cutting the following. $510 million in grants for families in agricultural research. $82 million loans for rural small businesses will be fully eliminated. $61 million support from farmers and food markets will be fully eliminated. $240 million for school meals and food education for children abroad will be fully eliminated. $659 million for community building grants. 47 million support for minority owned businesses will be fully eliminated. 449 million economic development grants for communities. 1.6 billion in weather forecasting, fisheries and coastal protection for the NOAA. The NOAA that was cut so badly during Doge that they had no one to be able to monitor the weather, and then that flood happened in Texas, and all of those children lost their lives in that flash flood. That they now, after knowing that, to give the Pentagon a a, a $1.5 trillion budget, they are going to cut $449 million from them. No, $1.6 billion. They're going to cut that from them after knowing what the cuts do and how it affects the lives of people. They are going to cut $1.6 billion from it anyway. To give the military a $1.5 trillion budget. And what did the military do last September when they only had a $830 something billion budget? In the month of September, your military, under the leadership of Pete Kegbreath, spent $93 billion on bullshit and private contracts, making people like the Trump brothers, Beavis and Butthead, defense contractors, gave them a military contract, spent money on millions of dollars on crab leg, prime rib, lobster tails, buying some admiral, a grand piano, a hand carved flute, a some real rare violin, a whole lot of bullshit and waste on Apple products, on fruit dishes, on all types of bullshit. $93 billion. But they want to increase their budget. They want to increase their budget because they were under if you don't use it, you'll lose it. So we still have $93 billion and the year is almost over. So we have to use this money. At a time when we know that people are getting cut off of health care, at the time that we know that they are not extending the the subsidies on Obamacare, and people insurance premiums are about to double and triple, and Congress is saying that they have no money to extend the subsidies on Obamacare. But hey, we got to use it or lose it. So we're going to blow off $93 billion when we already know we're not going to lose it, because we already know that our budget for next year is $1 trillion, because the budget was passed on the 4th of July with this inflated budget. So let me really be clear. What your administration and what the heads of these agencies in the United States government is doing and spending your tax dollars. And this is why I say that we cannot trust any Article 25 coming out to get Donald Trump out of office. And this is why I definitely say that Article 2 of the executive branch, Section 4, should impeach all of them. All of them. All of them should be subpoenaed and brought before a court system about all of the theft of the American tax dollars that have gone to waste to profit individuals and enrich themselves, and they should be thrown in jail. All of them. All of them that are living in military housing, from a racist Department of Defense secretary who fired people because they were black and had a life in the military, and he fired them with no explanation because they were black. And you got unqualified motherfuckers who are not even in the military living in the military housing that were for high ranking officials for free on your tax dollar. They all should be in jail. Okay. I try not to get upset. I really try not to get upset. But this shit is ridiculous. This shit is ridiculous at a point when the American people are struggling, at a point when the infrastructure of America is falling apart, at a point when America is a whole shithole country. While your president wants to turn around and talk about shithole countries, if you drive a car across America, you will see the poverty all across America, all across your interstates, all across your highways. You will see the poverty of America. But these people who live in the worst poverty in America, these are the people who tell you that 47 is the best president on earth. These people who live in abject poverty are the people who got him elected back into office. Because they believe in this bullshit white supremacy that has been tweeted out through everyone that has been hired in this administration at high levels of our government, as they bring white supremacists preachers into the Department of Defense to preach to our military people, while at the same time erasing all black military achievements in the military, and firing high-ranking black generals in our military with a wink and a smile and no exact reason, as they try to say that black people in the military got where they were because standards were lowered, as they propel somebody to replace them who has one less star and has to get a motherfucking permission slip to do the job because they are not qualified to do the job, as they talk about everybody in the military will get their jobs upon merit, and they put someone in a position that has to get a demerit form filled out because he's not qualified for the 4-star general spot that he's taking. Make any of this make sense? So let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. The point that people are so racist in America, they will let billionaires and grifters come through and break the bank of the American citizens, break the bank on illegal wars, bullshit wars, lose lives of people who have signed up for a military that your president deferred himself behind bone spurs 5 times. He didn't go to no useless war, but he's sending your kids off to useless wars. I digress. Um, $993 million in scientific research and technology standards. $150 million will be cut for support for American exports and trade. $2.2 billion broadband and internet access programs. $8.5 billion will be cut for funding the for public schools because he like y'all real dumb and ignorant. $1.5 million in funding will be cut for funding public schools. $1.5 billion in vocational training and adult education will be fully eliminated. So no, they don't want you to understand that you dumb and stupid. You don't have no high school diploma. You don't have any certification to qualify for a job, as they are sitting this turning point USA with this fake white national Christianity telling you that when you get out of high school or when you leave and just drop out of high school, the first thing you should do is get married and raise a family. But they don't tell you how your stupid ass will not be able to get a job and attain a job that is going to afford you the cost of living to be married and raise a family. They are selling you on some fake Christianity bullshit as a turning point. USA make billions of dollars for messaging to you dumb motherfuckers, so that you dumb motherfuckers will get behind the Republican agenda and vote your interest away behind this fake Christianity they're selling. Win-win for everyone but your stupid ass. Erica Kirk can sit up there with all of these baubles and diamonds on her finger, where she's collecting money from motherfuckers who paying her because she got your dumb asses sitting up there talking about how you have been so afflicted when you have gotten everything, every privilege that America offers has been offered to you, and you still are underperforming, and you want to blame that on black people. You want to blame that on Hispanic people. You want to blame that on Muslim people because you are an underachiever. But you want to say that the shit that black people get by hard work in their merit, they don't deserve. Thus, you have the EEOC talking about what if you are a white man and you have been discriminated against, please contact us to sue job companies for jobs that you're not qualified to get, for things that you don't do or no due diligence to do these jobs, for the jobs that you have that you slack off and try to pretend like it's the black person responsibility, and if the job don't get done, you figure out a way to blame black people on the job for the job not being done. The black people on the jobs do the most work on the jobs. You know how the black people on the motherfucking plantation did the most work on the plantation, while Massa sat up there and talked about how much how much cotton he grew, and how much this he grew, and how much that he grew, and he goes sell it off, and he inflates the whole American economy off the work of black slaves who actually built this whole motherfucking economy off of the backs of their hard work. As Massa sit up here and take the credit for all the shit that Massa say he grew. The same thing goes on right now. Okay, I'm gonna drop the link to all the cuts that are being made to government to uh, assure that the budget for the military will be $1.5 trillion in an increase of $500 billion from the $1 trillion that it is today in 2026. Yeah, let me drop that link in the chat. Here's the link right here. Here's the link right here. Y'all mad? Who mad? Who mad? Who mad? Who's mad? Who's mad? I don't care. I those are the facts. So let me continue with the story of the money that is being, in my opinion, laundered to the President of the United States for this bogus board of peace bullshit. Let me continue that story. That link is in my description box as well to this story. On Thursday, Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Mastro introduced a bill that would take $1 billion of the Border Peace funding and redirect it to the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program amid skyrocketing gas prices from Trump's war in Iran. Now, that low energy cut is, I never got to the low energy house cut. That is in that link that I was reading from. Let me find it. Vocation services, college access and higher education, roads and bridges and reconstruction, home energy efficient and clean energy programs will be fully eliminated. Let me let me let me tell you that this is the reason why Cortez actually put forth that bill. Because if you will look here, right here in 1.1 billion, the one, two, three, third from the bottom, $1.1 billion will be deducted. That would usually go to pay for home energy efficiency and clean energy programs. That will be fully eliminated. Wait a minute, I don't think that's the one. Home that means for insulation and things. Is it on another page? I think it's on the other page that's not loading. Let me see. I think it's on the other page. That is not loading. Trump is seeking to pay for his new $1.5 trillion military budget by cutting the following. Now, J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, is the one who put out this post. So I just want you to understand that this is where all of this money is coming from, under the guise of protecting the homeland. I show to you the Easter address, what that this administration had scrubbed from the internet, as if people wouldn't find clips of it, where this president said that he didn't have the federal government didn't have money for things like daycare and Medicaid. Let me show this to you again, since we are talking about the bullshit about this board of peace and all the money that is going to this board of peace. Let me tell you what he said the federal government didn't have money for. In this thing that he had scrubbed from the internet, where he boldly said that no. There is no money for that type of bullshit in my administration. What are you talking about? Paying for children? No. Well, we don't have that type of money. Let me play it for you in his own words. Is it this one? It might be this one. I may have to play a different one.
Taught us so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership, great transformation.
No, that's when the brain dead alleged minister Paula Wright compared Trump to Jesus. She compared Trump to Jesus Christ in this now deleted farce of a Christmas celebration. Easter celebration at the White House. She said that he was like Jesus because he went away and he's been resurrected. Let's see what your president said about you. Here we go.
King is coming over here in 2 weeks. He's a nice guy, King Charles, but should be our best, right, Brooke? But they weren't our best. I said, you have 2 old, broken down aircraft carriers. You think you could send them over? Oh, I'll have to ask my team. I said, you're the prime minister. You don't have. No. I have to ask my team, President. My team has to meet. We're meeting next week. Oh, next week? But the war already started next week. It's not good. The war's going to be over in 3 days. France, Macron, whose wife treats him extremely badly. And he's still recovering from the right to the jaw. And I say, Emmanuel, we'd love to have some help in the Gulf, even though we're setting records and knocking out bad people and knocking out ballistic missiles. No. We cannot do that, Donald. We can do that after the war is won. I said, no, I don't need after the war is won, Emmanuel. We've had some very bad allies in NATO, and, we spend trillions of dollars.
I can't find it. I apologize. That was also from the same ceremony. Let me try one more time. No, let me. I played it for you already. If I need to play it again, I will play it again tomorrow. Because I always do this. I always lead off into something that I have already played in my news program. So if you want to see those clips, you can Google them or you can go back through my prior programs that happened on Saturday. So it will be on my Monday program where I played that clip where your president said that the federal government doesn't have money for daycare. The federal government doesn't have money for Medicare or Medicaid. That stuff needs to be taken up by the states. Who has money for that? We have to pay for wars. So your president said that and erased it from the internet. Okay, and it was broadcasted. I don't know if it was broadcasted or widely on the for-profit media. I'm sure Fox News did not broadcast that, but it was broadcasted. Okay. So Mastro introduced a bill that would take $1 billion of the Border Peace funding and redirect it to the Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program amid skyrocketing gas prices from Trump's war in Iran. Instead of giving President Trump $1 billion blank check to fund a board of peace that has offered no transparency about how it is investing its money, let's focus on helping American families afford their monthly power bill, Cortez Mastro said in a statement. Like many Trump insane foreign policy stunts. The apparent transfer of funds was done without congressional approval. In a properly functioning government, the president actually wouldn't be allowed to take billions of dollars in the midst of a partial government shutdown to fund an experimental pet project. So I put the link in my description box. Trump is trash talking JD Vance for not being so gun ho on the Iranian war. And now, when did this come out? When did this come out? This came out on March 26th. Now, JD Vance is putting the kibosh on 45, 47 to let you know that he was not so keen on the war. So, let me show you a little more. What else did I want to talk about today? Thank you for being here, Jamal. Please hit the like button. That is a good question. Jamal, I'm not going to hold you. I am not going to hold you. That is a good question. We should be voting like everyone should be voting for their interests. Everyone should get these people out of office and start voting for their interests. Now, I was watching Sabby Sabs. If you guys are not familiar with Sabby Sabs, let me drop the link to her page here. Sabby Sabs. I was watching her. Let me. I am going to drop a link, her homepage link. I want you to go over there and possibly check out this story. But I think that is a very good and an important story that she covered about black people's deeds are being stolen in New York City. And I recently heard about this one black man whose deed was stolen. He had just finished paying off his house that was valued at over $800,000, and then he goes home and the locks has been changed and somebody is living in his house. Now, New York City is well aware of people who have been stealing deeds from old people for black people. This one lady in the story, she has been fighting to get her home back for years, and the governor said, well, we've donated $40 million to help alleviate the deed theft and all of this. They understand that it is straight up deed theft, but instead of being more proactive about it, people have been fighting to get back in their houses for years, have been evicted from their own home from deed theft. Now, they bragged about one man who had finally been sentenced. They didn't tell you what his sentence was for stealing the deeds to 11 homes, and they didn't tell you how long each of these 11 people had been out of their homes, but they had gotten their home back. They didn't tell you if their homes were in better or worse condition than what they were when they were stolen. They didn't tell you that if they won any awards. I guess there was no award won, but one of the participants in the video said, well, they told you about those 11 properties that were given back, but they are aware that this man has stolen well over 11 properties, but nothing has been done about the other properties. So it is a big problem that is going on in Hakeem Jeffries district. Now, there was a black man. I forget his name. I'm not familiar with his name. This black man who who said that he was going to run in the district against Hakeem Jeffrey. And the DNC came out and convinced him that no, don't run up against Jeffries. Jeffrey is a fucking product, a ineffective product and sympathizer for Israel. A person who wants to sit up and act like he's so tough, and then when you ask him what he has done to stop something, he tells you about all the strongly worded letters that he has sent. In my opinion, Hakeem Jeffrey needs to be thrown out of office, as well as Chuck Schumer. A lot of these politicians do absolutely nothing for their constituents while they sit up there with their huffy faces and all of this. Where was Hakeem Jeffrey when there was talk about strikes? Now he's over the Congress. He's number one in the Congress, and you ain't heard a peep from I haven't heard a peep from Hakeem Jeffrey when they were talking about doing war crimes in Israel. See, this is the type of shit that I'm talking about. These are the type of people who wants to act like they can just ride on their laurels. No, we need some action to be done. See, the reason why people try in government pull this ridiculous shit is because they're not called on the ridiculousness of the shit that they are trying to pull in government. So I'm not just talking about Chuck Schumer, his old Jewish ass need to be out of there, always lobbying for the Jewish interests. You don't live in Israel, motherfucker. You live in the United States of America. Quite frankly, everybody don't give a fuck about Israeli issues. They give a fuck about the issues that they have to live in here in the United States of America. Ain't nobody against Jewish people, but goddamn, Israeli interests are not my interests. Israel is a whole nother country. Worry about the country that you represent, that the country people who have voted you into office. Don't nobody give a fuck what you feel about the Israeli state. That has nothing to do with us and how we live our lives. So I don't know why they act like people should care about this type of shit. Hakeem Jeffrey is a tether blocking the people's right. I concur. But some of those people over there are from the intelligence agency. So but who did I see on this news report? Who did I see on this news report? I saw the black man that the Democrats told, oh, no, don't run against Jeffrey. He was the one out front and center working with these people for years trying to get their D's back. Where was Hakeem Jeffrey? Nowhere to be seen. And this was his district. See, this is the shit that I'm talking about. I'm talking about the real shit that matters. So a lot of these votes need to be taken back. While Cory Booker will stand up there and do this, break the limit of time talking. And see, talking don't get nobody nothing. When you are taking AIPAC money and voting in the interest of Israel, Cory Booker, that means absolutely nothing, Cory Booker. Now I applauded you on your points that you said, but talk don't mean a goddamn thing. You got to talk and walk the walk. So put your lace up your sneakers, Cory Booker, before I be calling to throw you out of office too. But I'm actually saying that anybody, should come up against these Democrats who are not doing anything for their constituents. If you're not working for the people who put you in office, what are you there for? What are you there for? So that's all I got to say on that. Now, Caroline Leavitt is out here at the podium. I'm pretty sure she's telling a boatload of lies. Do you guys want to go over there and see this? Uh, do you guys want to go see if the military? Liars. Let's go over here and check this out. Oh, she hasn't reached the podium yet. Let's go over here and check this out, shall we? Oh, she's late. They're still getting their story together. Who is this? Oh, these are reporters taking selfies. Oh, she's late. Oh, we're right on time. She's late. Yeah, she's late. Uh, Let me see. Is there anything else I want to share with you while we wait on the lies? I think that is all that I had set up to share. Oh, no, 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 no. Let's talk about China. We're going to talk about China while we wait. We're gonna leave this for a second, and we're gonna talk about China. Because while America is messing around, I need to give you some actual facts. Let's talk about China. Now, there have been some polls that have been taken, and we know that the BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. And what some of you may not know is that Iran is also a part of the BRICS nations. So, of course, Russia and China would be helping Iran. Did you understand that? It, of course, because they are trading partners naturally. Some of you don't know anything about the BRICS or anything like that. I don't know why. Oh, because you watch uh, corporate news. You watch a bought and paid for news. You watch a news that is handed down. Even your local news is scripted by an agenda by these large conglomerates that owns all these local news and national news services that writes a script that must be followed by local and national news agencies. That's why you don't know anything about the BRICS and the power that the BRICS have in trading and the number of nations that have joined the BRICS. You probably didn't understand why Iran was saying that the boats that went through during the aggressions that were ongoing had to pay in the Chinese yuan because they are their partners in trading and in trading their money. You probably didn't understand why even France, who is a part of the EU, has taken all of their gold out of American banks because of everybody is taking their gold out of American banks because everybody knows that their money is worthless in America. Everybody is divesting from America. Everybody is selling their U.S. stocks and nobody is buying U.S. bonds. Usually, when the stock market goes bad in the United States, people start buying from other countries, start buying U.S. bonds. They're not even buying U.S. bonds anymore. And financially, this is ruining America. This is putting America in more debt that it cannot pay off. They can only pay off the interest. They cannot begin to pay off all of this debt of these trillion dollar wars, these trillion budgets that they're giving the Defense Department to go out and you cause useless wars, and in the middle of a weeks long war, they have the audacity to turn around and say that they're going to come back and ask the United States for $200 billion more when they are 7 days in to a war, when they have a $1 trillion budget. This is why the United States is in debt. But they want to act like, oh, we spend too much on food stamps. Oh, that under $102,000 average that we spending in food stamps. These people are abusing the government. We got to cut the food stamps. Oh, we got to cut these people who own Medicaid. They are abusing the system. But and y'all don't say shit about that. Y'all don't ask no questions about a government that has a $1 trillion budget that are 11 days or between 7 and 11 days with $1 trillion budget decided to go to war with another country, and they haven't told you why. And between 7 and 11 days, they have the audacity to say that they're going to turn around and ask Congress for $200 billion more when they didn't bother to ask Congress to go to the fucking war in the first place. But you ain't got no questions for that. But you want to side up with a billionaire that's going through the government talking about cuts in Social Security, lying that people who are dead in Social Security are getting money. You don't have no questions for that. Who went through the Treasury Department, who went through the IRS department and gathered all of your fucking information to profit himself in his AI, his personal business that he plans to make money on based on information that he was allowed to gather for free about you, which is against the law to gather information about you. But no, we're gonna pretend like that wasn't a crime. Y'all don't have no questions for the right shit. This is why the shit goes on that's going on. But let me tell you where that has gotten in the United States. China now tops U.S. in global approval ratings, a Gallup poll says. Let me make sure I'm sharing that. Yes, I'm sharing that. I'm going to drop the link for this in the chat, because y'all don't ask no questions. And this is where ignorance has gotten us thus far. Hey, Abiel Ra. No good news to euro, which is connected to the U.S. dollar. Yeah, the U.S. dollar is on decline. Actually, the whole empire is on decline. If you want to be honest, if you want to state facts, these are the facts. The whole American empire is on decline. Okay. They said, could this be our... I can't remember. Hold on one second. China now tops U.S. in global approval ratings. Gallup poll says global approval of China surpassed the U.S. in 2025. In that 2025 specifically, the widest favorability gap between the two countries is almost 20 years, according to a new Gallup poll released on Friday. Gallup found that China's global approval rating last year reached a median of 36% in support of the country's leadership. U.S. leadership saw its median approval rating drop to 31%, a fall of 8 percentage points since 2024. 2024, who was in office? Biden. And since Biden, the U.S. has dropped 8% since Biden was in office. China approval rating rose from 32% in 2024. Disapproval of China's leadership remained flat at 37%, Gallup found. U.S. leadership disapproval reached a record high of 48%. Last year was the second year on record where both countries registered negative net global approval ratings. The median net approval for China dipped to -1, with the U.S. dropping down to a median approval of -15, the lowest on record. China saw the strongest relative alignment from countries like Russia, Pakistan, what is this? Tunisia, Singapore, and the country's preference reflect deep negativity towards the U.S. more than strong in enthusiasm for China. So it's not like everybody is enthused by China, but they just feel so negative towards the U.S. Okay, and whose fault is that? In 2025, when this poll was taken, that's Donald Trump's fault. Countries that include Israel, Poland, Kosovo, the Philippines, Albania favor the U.S. Their net approvals resemble their net disapproval of China. A Gallup found that the percentage of respondents who expressed no opinion reached some of its lowest levels in nearly 20 years. 16% of the respondents had no opinion of China, slightly more than the 13% who said that they have no opinion of the U.S. So more people have no opinion on China than the people who have no opinion on the U.S. This suggests that global views of both powers are becoming more defined, with more people forming clear opinions in both positive and negative directions, Gallup stated. Okay. Most countries, let me see. Most countries, however, do not have a strong preference for either China or the U.S. Saw a strong alignment from 8% of the countries compared with 5% strongly aligned with the U.S. The poll shows another 40% are weakly aligned with the two countries, with 32% to China and 8% to the U.S. So it seems like the China approval rating, when you break it down in many ways and factions, is outpacing of the U.S. approval rating. So let me. This is in my description box on ratings. Under ratings, I'm gonna keep it simple, and let's see is Caroline Leavitt is at the podium yet, telling lies, and we may glean a little bit into why what they are going to have to say about Israel refusing to stop striking in Libya. Are they live yet? Is we live? Let me share my link with you. Let's see what they're talking about. Let's see if she's taken this podium. Still not there. Oh. Now you got the press here. Let me see how long the press has been here. Now the press has been here. They've been waiting about 23 minutes. And Caroline Leavitt has not shown. So in the meanwhile, let's go to the Pentagon press conference, shall we? Y'all want to go to the Pentagon press conference? Pete Hegbreath and Drunken Face. What do they call him? Drunk Face. Raising Cane did a joint press conference this morning. Did y'all know? Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Let's go to their press conference and see what these motherfuckers said. We know that Pete Hegbreath said a whole bunch of nothing, as he usually says. A whole bunch of ABC 1, 2, 3 words put together, written down for his simple as to memorize about lethality and war fighters and crucial and potent and deadly. We know there was a lot of that from Pete. So let's see what else happened in the Pentagon briefing. This will be in my description box. This one and Caroline Livet will be in my description.
What little they have left buried in
under briefings. Now, I do know that Pete Kegbreath is going to come out and tell you that Iran begged for a ceasefire, and I think that we all are competent enough to know that that did not happen. We are not under any imaginative way of thinking that there was any begging for a ceasefire from Iran based upon the fact that it was our president that accepted the 10-point plan, the only plan that Iran had presented since the start of stopping this war. We know that they were not the ones who were begging, in my opinion. You can have a different opinion, but that's what I think. Since they presented their same 10-point plan and it was our president that agreed to it, and now they're having second thoughts the day after. After the morning after, whoa, after the night before. You know how people have regrets. There's another song about regretting what happened the night before. Will you still want me no more? Now, there's a lot of regrets after the morning after. Let me play this shit. Let me quit.
Iran has been a threat to the United States and the free world for 47 years. Chance of death to America, targeting our people, killing Americans, lying and blackmailing their way toward a nuclear weapon, so they thought. No longer. Not on our watch.
So he came out lying their way to a nuclear weapon, or so they thought. Now he understand that this simple mind motherfucker has to read. He's reading everything that he's going to tell you. He's reading because he's a simpleton. He's an idiot. And he's telling a whole lot of lies. Now he's explaining 40 years of this, that, and the other. But why are we there, Pete? Can you tell us why we there, Pete? You're talking about shit that happened 40 years ago. Why are we there today, Pete? Let's continue. I'm not going to interrupt anymore. Oh, or maybe I will. I don't know. We'll see.
Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took...
Oh, are we forgetting about President Barack Hussein Obama, who had a deal signed and agreed to, and that had been being followed based upon security inspections that were being done that said that Iran was indeed holding up to their agreement to not proliferate weapons grade uranium. Are we forgetting about that president? Oh, I forgot. The accomplishments of blacks don't count to the racist Pete Kegbreath. Let's continue.
Out cost on our watch. Other presidents marked time and kicked the can down the road. President Trump made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani to tearing up the disaster.
Yeah, your President Trump did make history. A president that struck a nation for no reason. A president that on day one committed war crimes by targeting a a elementary school for girls committing war crimes, and then saying that Iran inflicted the damage to the schools and the death of the girls themselves. Yes, you definitely made history. You have added America and the your administration as people who have committed war crimes. Let's continue.
Obama-Iran deal to the made history. From the strike that took out Qasem Soleimani, to tearing up the disastrous Obama-Iran deal, to the precision campaign that obliterated Iran's nuclear sites in Operation Midnight Hammer, to the decisive military victory we just achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other.
Now, I ask you, he's reading all of this. Is there a reason why he can't memorize all of this if these are real facts? If these are real facts, if this is what has driven you, why can't you just list these off at the top of your head? I'm just really curious why you are reading word for word what you're saying. If these were real facts that drove you to command an army to strike a nation, and you got to read this word for word. But I digress.
The president has shown the courage achieved in Operation Epic Fury. No other president has shown the courage and resolve of this commander-in-chief. President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the president truth this.
No, we know at the absolute opposite. Because in this ceasefire, Iran got everything that they asked for, everything that they had been demanding since they first demanded things, and we all know that. That's what we all know. We all know that President Trump lost in these negotiations. We know that President Trump capitulated and gave them everything that they had been asking for. Nothing had changed. They rejected America's 15-point plan, and you lost, wanting to them to what was that? What was their silly demand that they totally give up to the American people, or whatever, however you want to say it. We know that everything that was in their 10-point plan, they got. That's what we know, and that doesn't seem like begging.
This morning, a big day for world peace. As the president truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come.
Ineffective? Shit. The last days of this prior to the agreement to ceasefire, they destroyed over 18 of our military aircraft. The biggest what do you call that? Aircraft carrier, the Gerald Ford, is still over in Greece getting repaired because y'all are lying and saying that it didn't get struck. Are we serious? The last days of this, they downed over at eight planes, including what, 4 helicopters? And are we gonna talk about you decimating their military, their Navy and their Air Force, when their Navy and Air Force is respectively 45 and 55 years old? They're not known for their Navy or their aircraft or their Air Force, because those are antiquated anyway. You decimated something that is 45 and 55 years old. You bragging about that? What did they drones do to your sophisticated new age military, the best military in the world, the best military? What when you get beyond the antiquated Navy and Air Force, what did them drones do to you? Let's talk about them drones. P. Hexelf is a clown. Let me let him finish.
You see, in less than 40 days, one of our combatant commands, Central Command, CENTCOM, using less than 10% of America's total combat power, dismantled one of the world's largest militaries. The world's leading state sponsor of terrorism proved utterly incapable of defending itself, its people, or its territory. We untied just a fraction of our strength, and Iran suffered a devastating military defeat. Together with our Israeli partners, America's military achieved every single objective on plan, on schedule, exactly as laid out from day one. Iran's Navy is at the bottom of the sea, whether it's the Soleimani class, their frigate class, their prized drone aircraft carriers, submarines, mine layers, sunk. Iran's Air Force has been wiped out. Iran no longer has an air defense, any sort of a comprehensive air defense system. We own their skies. Their missile program is functionally destroyed. Launchers, production facilities, and existing...
You own their skies? Well, you ought to tell the sky, the people who are flying in the skies you own where to go to not get shot down by Iranian drones and missiles. Since you own the sky. You may want to be careful in the skies that you own. So this is a bunch of bullshit. Listen, I'm not going to interrupt anymore, okay? I'm going to let you guys hear what Peak says, and then I'm going to come back and comment. Because we will never get anywhere anytime.
Stockpiles depleted and decimated. And almost completely ineffective. Iran shot hundreds and hundreds of missiles and one-way attack drones at our aircraft carrier. They were obsessed with it. And they never got even close. Every single one of those shots easily shot down miles and miles away from the Abe Lincoln. They were blowing ammo into fantasy land. Contrast that with, most significantly, in last night's wave of more than 800 strikes, we finished completely destroying Iran's defense industrial base.
Leonard, I think that they have Hollywood screenwriters writing this shit that they be reading a half a sentence at a time. I am surely thinking that they have screenwriters because they are good friends with the Ellisons that is buying up all of Paramount and Warner Brothers. So I think that they have screenwriters writing this bullshit for Hexelf. Because he's a whole clown that has tried to be so prolific and so astonishing in the visuals that he's giving you about the war. I'm pretty sure that they have screenwriters for this bullshit, but he's a numbnut, so he can't carry it off as if these are his own words that he's reading a half a sentence at a time. No more interruptions for me. Let's finish with him.
A core pillar of our mission objective. What little they have left buried in bunkers is all they will have. They can still shoot, we know that. Their command and control is so decimated they can't really talk and coordinate. So they still may shoot here and there, but that would be very, very unwise. But they can no longer build missiles, build rockets, build launchers, or build UAVs. Their factories have been razed to the ground, set back in historic fashion. You see, had Iran refused our terms, the next targets would have been their power plants, their bridges, and oil and energy infrastructure. Targets they could not defend and could not realistically rebuild. It would have taken them decades, and we were locked and loaded. They couldn't defend against it. President Trump had the power to cripple Iran's entire economy in minutes, but he chose mercy. He spared those targets because Iran accepted the ceasefire under overwhelming pressure. The new Iranian regime understood that a deal was far better than the fate that awaited them. This new regime just happened to look at what happened to their predecessors. Their top leadership was systematically eliminated. The previous Iranian supreme leader, dead. The Supreme National Security Council secretary, dead. The Supreme Leader Office Advisor, dead. The Supreme Leader Military Office Chief, dead. The Defense Minister, no longer with us. The IRGC Commander, dead. The Armed Forces General Staff Commander, dead. The Intelligence Minister, dead. The IRGC Navy Commander, no longer here. The IRGC Intel Chief, dead. I skipped over a bunch and I could go on and on and on to include the new so-called new supreme leader wounded and disfigured. This new regime was out of options and out of time, so they cut a deal. They know this agreement means that they will never, ever possess a nuclear weapon. Under the terms, any nuclear material they should have will be removed. Any material, they should not have will be removed. Right now, their dust is deeply buried and watched 24/7 overhead. The president has been clear from the beginning, there will be no Iranian nuclear weapons. Period. Full stop. Other presidents said it. President Trump did it. Operation Epic Fury. Less than 6 weeks, clear mission, decisive action, overwhelming firepower, America first, a historic battlefield victory. For decades, Iran killed Americans with roadside bombs in Iraq, using cowardly proxies to do their dirty work while they hid safely in Tehran. They struck our embassies with car bombs and attacked from the shadows, never daring to face us toe-to-toe. They thought they could bleed America with impunity. Well, they just learned the hard way what happens when you try to fight us directly. And even when they got lucky, one time in 40 days, and down 2 of our pilots, they couldn't hold them. In a daring 14-hour rescue operation, 7 hours in daylight and 7 hours of night, both pilots were recovered safely. Not once, but twice. A daylight thunder run right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. A midnight raid right up the middle of their country. Boots on the ground. 0 American casualties. The Iranians humiliated and demoralized. We control their fate, not the other way around. That's why they came to the table. Iran's defeat is America's retribution for every American lost to Iranian terror, especially those brave troops killed by Iranian-made roadside bombs in Iraq that my generation knows so well, and for the suffering their regime has inflicted around the world. Now we have a chance at real peace and a real deal. The War Department, for now, has done its part. We stand ready in the background to ensure Iran upholds every reasonable term. And as everyone knows, nobody makes a better deal than President Trump. To the warriors of Epic Fury, I say well done. You're the backbone of our country. Your skill, your bravery, and sheer guts and grit showed the world what America is all about. I'm proud of you. We're proud of you. President is proud of you. Job well done. But stay vigilant and stay ready. To the families of our fallen, your sacrifice was in service of a historic cause, and we will always remember your heroes, our heroes. We will continue to honor them. And to our Israeli allies, thank you for being a brave, capable, and willing ally on this battlefield. The rest of the world and the rest of our so-called allies saw what real capabilities look like. They should take some notes. Our troops, our American warriors, deserve the credit for this day. But God deserves all the glory. Tens of thousands of sorties, refuelings, and strikes carried out under the protection of divine providence, a massive effort with miraculous protection. Dude 44 Bravo spoke for all of us. God is good. The chairman will now provide an even deeper military detail on the historic success of Operation Epic Fury. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here. I want to start this morning by honoring the 13 members of our American Joint Force who were killed in action thus far during this operation. Their sacrifice and that of their families is deeply important to us, and we are grateful for each of them, and will continue to mourn their loss. Their names and their bravery will never be forgotten. On February 28th, the President of the United States ordered the Joint Force to execute Operation Epic Fury with the direction to accomplish three distinct military objectives: destroy Iran's ballistic missile and drone capabilities, destroy the Iranian Navy, and destroy their defense industrial base to ensure that Iran cannot reconstitute the ability to project power outside their borders. Over the course of 38 days of major combat operation, the Joint Force achieved the military objectives as defined by the President. We welcome the ongoing ceasefire, and as the Secretary said, we hope that Iran chooses a lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready if ordered or called upon to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24.
Pause. Brad Cooper. What was a guy named? You want to commend the leader who you just fired? What was his name?
Lasting peace. But as Secretary Hegseth said, let us be clear, a ceasefire is a pause, and the Joint Force remains ready if ordered or called upon to resume combat operations with the same speed and precision as we've demonstrated over the last 38 days, and we hope that that is not the case. I want to congratulate and thank the leadership today at U.S. Central Command, including the Commander Admiral Brad Cooper, the Deputy Commander Lieutenant General Kevin Leahy, the Senior Enlisted Leader Fleet Master Chief Compton, and every one of the
Brad Cooper was not the one who got fired. Okay, so he's not. They're not thanking the people who was fired because they stood up and they were part of this command. So they get no thanks. They get no thanks because Hegseth decided to fire them because they wouldn't retract the names for black and female military people to get promoted. They're not included in any of the thanks for this. But what I want you to notice that while Pete Kegbreath is over the Department of Defense, the Secretary of the Department of the Defense said absolutely not one word about the 13 people who lost their lives. Nothing. What Kegseth wanted you to think, we went in with lethality and we lost no soldiers. Everyone came out alive. And we lost, you did lose soldiers. You lost soldiers in this battle that you ignored. That's what you did. Now, something else that this one right here said, this unqualified person who took the job, who got the job, who was not qualified, who was a 3-star general and now suddenly is a 4-star general who was retired and unqualified for his job, said, What did he say? He said some bullshit. What did he say? He said something. I can't remember what he said. We're going to continue. It'll come back to me.
Component commanders, senior enlisted leaders, and especially the staff down at U.S. Central Command, who does not get called out for any of the credit, but grinds 24/7 to help offer the options that we bring to the Secretary and the President. I also want to highlight the forces in the United States European Command under the command.
Why is it that the head over our Defense Department cannot give you details, more detail about the mission? Why is it that he has to hand it over to him? Because he could have been in a drunken stupor during most of this war, ranting and raving about those Lego videos that came out about him, because he was awfully mad when that Pete Kegbreath Lego video came about him, pinpointing all of the inadequacies of him being able to be confirmed as the Department of Defense. He was came out real mad and pissed. You saw smoke coming from his head, his ears, his everything. He was soaking wet and sweaty looking with that slick back hair. I think his slick back hair is from all of the somebody calls him Moist. We're gonna start calling Pete Kegbreath Moist because he's always sweating and wet, and hair is all slick back on his head. We're gonna start calling Kegbreath Moist Kegbreath. He's always wet. He's moist. He's wet. This motherfucker. He can't give you any details about the operation because he was probably two sheets to the wind through all the operation, worrying about how he looked. This bitch who actually put in a fucking makeup studio in his offices so he can always make sure that he's camera ready, coming out here in that same old ass suit that he wears with that pocket square on his chest. Look at the fucking stars that are on the chest of this man, and he has to take orders from a bitch who got a folded up flag in his breast pocket, and those are the only stars this hoe has. And this motherfucker with all the stripes and all the bars on his chest got to take orders from this numbnut who wear the same old funky looking blue suit every day. You can see the fart stains in the back of his pants. This motherfucker wearing the same suit, the same brown shoes, with the tips of the shoes looking like they been stomping in water puddles all day. You got to take orders from that bitch. Which tells me what? What does it say about you, bitch?
Alexis Grinkowicz, who protected the western flank in support of CENTCOM. And I want to thank our partners across the intelligence community. Our ability to see and understand what an adversary is doing help us to be as decisive as we must be on the battlefield. And that includes DIA, NSA, NGA, the CIA, and the National Reconnaissance Office, and others. I want to thank the other combatant commands who have thus far contributed along the way to U.S. Central Command. This includes Transcom, Stratcom, Spacecom, SOCOM, and Cybercom, all of whom poured all in support of CENTCOM's efforts. And I want to thank, as the Secretary did, our Gulf partners who fought alongside each and every one of us every day. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the U.A.E., Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, and Jordan, all who joined us together to defend and protect our people and our assets, and who, if required.
What I wanted to say in closing in this, I dropped the link. I'm not going to go any further on this. What I wanted to say was that he said that one of their mission was to make sure that Iran could not strike outside of their nation to any other nations. So you tell me that the mission was to make it sure that Iran would never be able to strike outside of their nations. So therefore, they will not be able to strike military bases in their neighboring nations, like the U.S. military bases, the 13 that they destroyed in the Middle East that had U.S. naval bases on them, military bases on them. Therefore, when the U.S. comes in and strikes them for no reason at all, you mean to tell me that your stance is that they cannot strike back? They can get struck, but they cannot strike back. They cannot strike back to make sure that no strikes can come from these Navy bases. These military bases that are dotted all around their nations. Is that what you're saying? You telling me that Israel can decide to strike them, but they are supposed to be not allowed to have any munitions that will be able to strike back in defense? Is that what you're telling me the mission was? Where does any of this make sense? Where does any of this make sense? The same Israel who is demolishing Lebanon right now, so they can't help their allies. They have to sit back and let Lebanon be genocide like Palestine was. Where does any of this make sense? None of this makes sense. So we're the link is in my description box under press conferences. Speaking of press conferences, let's go and see what Caroline Leavitt is lying about. Shall we? Let's get into this bitch.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see all of you here today. Before I discuss the ceasefire with Iran, I have a quick update from the First Lady of the United States. Yesterday marked the very first conviction under the Take It Down Act, landmark legislation that First Lady Melania Trump played an instrumental role in getting passed, that protects victims from non-consensual AI-generated sexually explicit images, cyber stalking, and threats of violence. This is a huge achievement for the First Lady, and I know the President is very proud of his wife's efforts in getting.
Here is the First Lady involved in Release the File Act. Why don't she get involved in that? Since she is so involved and she's so concerned about young women.
This critical legislation passed to protect America's youth. So we thank the First Lady for her efforts, and we hope.
Since she's so concerned about protecting America's youth, why now? Elon Musk was the one who had the app that allowed people to undress underage girls, and after knowing that, he kept that up. So are you saying, how come you're not mentioning the fact that Elon Musk, the person that was put in government under her husband, was the one who allowed that to happen on his Grok app? How come you're not mentioning those facts? And if she's so interested in protecting young women, how come she's not asking for the Epstein files to be released? Since you want to start with Melania, bitch, let's start with Melania. Let's start there.
Hope that others will report on this historic conviction yesterday. With respect to the 2-week ceasefire announced by President Trump last night, this is a victory for the United States of America that the president and our incredible military made happen. From the very beginning of Operation Epic Fury, President Trump stated this would be.
So there was no negotiation. There was no agreement with the people that you were in war with. The president and the military are the only people who made this happen. What was all these negotiations with this new administration, this new Iranian government that you guys still have not mentioned any names of? They had no part in this, but let's continue.
a 4 to 6 week military operation to dismantle the military threat posed by the radical Islamic Iranian regime. Thanks to the
Caroline, give us the details of this ceasefire agreement. I really need them point by point. All of this blustering and storytelling. Can you give us the exact conditions of this ceasefire? Since you guys are denying that what was put out, the 10-point Iranian plan that President Trump said that was the basis of the workable agreement that they thought that they could work with, that he put out on his own social media post. Since you guys are trying to deny it and trying to take credit for it and trying to take things back that were included in that 10-point plan, can you give us the specifics of what was in the ceasefire plan? Since you're here, bitch.
Unbelievable capabilities of America's war fighters, the United States has achieved and exceeded those core military objectives in just 38 days. The U.S. military destroyed Iran's defense industrial base, crushing the regime's ability to manufacture weapons that they and their proxies use to maim and kill Americans and terrorize the world. Iran's ability to build and stockpile ballistic missiles and long-range drones has also been set back by years compared to where it was 6 weeks ago prior to the launch of Operation Epic Fury. We destroyed the vast majority of Iran's ballistic missiles, launcher vehicles, and long-range attack drones through more than 450 strikes on ballistic missiles and approximately 800 strikes on Iran's drone launching units and storage facilities. In total, more than 13,000 targets across Iran were struck. Again, this is in the matter of just 38 days.
Caroline, are you going to tell the American public about the attacks on America water infrastructure and electricity infrastructure that you guys belatedly yesterday gave a warning about that Iran was doing in cyber attacks to the United States? How did that affect any of the decision making of this ceasefire, Caroline? Caroline, I never saw you come out when you were giving updates and warned the American people about attacks to our water and electricity grid, Caroline. Is that going to come up, Caroline?
Meanwhile, the Iranian Navy was completely annihilated. The United States destroyed more than 150 naval vessels in total, including 16 entire classes of Iranian warships. Despite once being the largest undersea force in the Middle East, Iran now has 0 submarine vessels. 97% of Iran's once massive inventory of more than 5,000 naval mines has also been targeted and destroyed. Iran's air forces are functionally in operation.
Well, if 5,000 naval mines have been destroyed, why do you need them to open the Strait of Hormuz? If you are claiming that you guys have destroyed 5,000 naval mines, and when it was only reported that there were 8 mines in the port of Hormuz that was preventing that was causing the blockade from ships not being able to sail the Strait of Hormuz. Why do we need Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz, since you guys have been so successful at eliminating over 5,000 mines, water mines, huh? Can you tell me, Caroline? Caroline, come to the light, Caroline. Caroline. Oh, God.
Operationally irrelevant at this point.
Something's happening.
After the United States maintained total air dominance over their country for weeks on end. Iran's air forces are functionally and operationally irrelevant at this point, after the United States maintained total air dominance over their country for weeks on end. To underscore the significance of this, before Operation Epic Fury, the Iranian Air Force would fly between 30 to 100 flights per day. Today, that number is 0. Iran's ability to fund and support its terrorist proxies has been greatly reduced. At this point, Iran can no longer distribute weapons to its proxies in the region. And most importantly, Iran will not be able to acquire nuclear weapons. Prior to the start of this successful operation, Iran was aggressively expanding its short-range ballistic missile arsenal. Through these weapons and its navy, Iran was attempting to build a military buildup around their country that would pose an imminent and existential threat to the United States military assets in the Middle East, our allies in the region, and ultimately the free world. Iran was pursuing this dangerous and aggressive strategy for one reason: to hold the entire world hostage to its terrorist ambitions. The Iranians aim to use their expanded military capabilities as a shield around.
So, America can build up a shield around Iran to then get billions of dollars from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and all of these people under the guise of, hey, we will protect you as if you give Jared Kushner billions of dollars, and we will put an army base here to protect you. And you can dot all of these army bases across all of these nations in the Middle East. But they cannot protect themselves from all of these nations that you are trading protection with our troops for cash for your personal endeavors that don't benefit the United States in any way. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what you're saying. But it's unfortunate that dummies don't know is what this bitch is saying.
Their country to continue achieving their ultimate goal internally, building nuclear bombs. But their murderous and evil plans have been blown up, quite literally and figuratively, along with their military, their nuclear program, and most of their senior leadership, including the former Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Their command and control structures were also massively disrupted after being struck more than 2,000 times. Many of their remaining leaders are paralyzed in fear and no longer enjoy the freedom to move around their country freely and meet openly. Thanks to the unmatched excellence of our warriors at the direction of the Commander-in-Chief, the world has just witnessed a historically swift and successful military triumph. President Trump started Operation Epic Fury with strategic military objectives in the United States.
It's curious she called that a military triumph. I didn't see any joy and jubilation in the street of the United States behind this war crime. I didn't see any joy in celebration in the United States. But I did see joy in celebration of victory in Iran, in Iraq. I saw the jubilation in things that seemed like celebrations of a win, not here, but over there. But I digress.
It has clearly achieved them. As we mark this progress, we also remember and honor the 13 American heroes who laid down their lives in this noble effort. I know President Trump and our grateful nation honors their ultimate sacrifice, and we will never forget them. May God bless their families. The valiant efforts of all of our incredible service.
Well, Pete Keg Breath, Moist, Wet Boy, he definitely forgot them. He never mentioned them in his address earlier this morning. It seems like we will forget them. And the head of the Defense Department will be the first person to forget them, but I digress.
Members created maximum leverage for the president. Of efforts of all of our incredible service members created maximum leverage for the president of the United States, allowing he and his leadership team to engage in tough negotiations over the past couple of weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution and long-term peace in the Middle East. The president's maximum pressure.
So we needed all of this to create an opening for diplomatic conversations. And prior to this, this had started on a Saturday. The Thursday prior to this, there were diplomatic negotiations going on with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. And it was on that Thursday that they had said that they had reached an agreement and they would meet Monday to meet with the UN to set up the inspections in this agreement that they had reached on Thursday. And then instead of waiting until Monday, what happened on Saturday? They were struck by America and Israeli forces. So you're telling me they needed all of this war, all of this death, school children, war crimes to happen to make a opening to meet an agreement that is less of an agreement that is stated to have been made in February before these attacks? Is that what you're telling me? Because it is stated that the agreement that was made in February was more ironclad than this agreement of this 10-point agreement that has been presented on today after all of these war crimes and after all of this death. But you are pretending that there was no other way to make an agreement with the Iranian people unless the United States and Israel went in an illegal war, committed tons of war crimes, struck tons of schools, hospitals, churches. They even struck not a mosque, where do the Jewish people, a synagogue. They even struck a synagogue in Iran. And you mean it took all of this to make room for negotiations when they had already agreed on a deal the Thursday before the strikes happened on that Saturday? Bitch, are you serious? This is bullshit. Let's continue.
And the leverage created by the success weeks that have now created an opening for a diplomatic solution in long-term peace in the Middle East. The president's maximum pressure and the leverage created by the success of Operation Epic Fury led to the Iranian regime asking for and ultimately agreeing to a ceasefire proposal with the United States. Iran could no longer tolerate being bombed or taking the gamble of what was to come following President Trump's 8 p.m. deadline last night. Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the president said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already. So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage.
But let's see what the plan that you threw in the garbage was, as opposed to the plan that was presented today, that your own president said was a 10-point workable plan. That plan never changed. Now, let's get into
by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan.
Both plans were 10-point plans. It was more reasonable and modified and condensed. 10 points are 10 points. That's no less. That's no more condensed than the first plan. Let's see what you're saying is the difference in these plans.
Plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align a condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America, and he as a negotiating team will focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind.
But the 10-point plan that your president said was workable said that Iran would take $2 million for a passage through the Strait of Hormuz. That is what he posted on his own social media website, that Iran would be charging $2 million to get through the Strait of Hormuz. What are you talking about? Let's continue.
Closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the president, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace. President Trump has a proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States and the American people, and he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Caroline. Two questions for you. First, following the president's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the president's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country through Operation Epic Fury?
Sure. I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks. 6 weeks ago, the president looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat.
Let's hold the phone. Nothing was achieved for the American people. I can tell you that. Here is President Trump's post today. This came from him. What is number 8? Charge about $2 million per ship transit fee instead of direct compensation. Now, this is Trump just shared Argari's post that he accepted the regime's 10-point proposal. As a reminder, here is the 10-point proposal. What did President Trump himself tweet out about the 10-point proposal? Let me remind you what your own president printed out. Oh, did I have to delete that for something else? Is this it? That's not it. Let me find. Let me share what your own president printed out about the acceptance of Iran's 10-point proposal. So we can be very, very clear on what your president tweeted out himself. Now that Lindsey Graham and everybody is crying. You know who else is very pissed off about the 10-point proposal that your president accepted? The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia is livid about the acceptance of the 10-point proposal. And now here comes your government saying that what was in the 10-point proposal is that you've seen that was actually put out is not what your president agreed to. Oh, I have to erase something. Hold 1 second. I'm going to show you what your president said. This is what your president tweeted out this morning about this 10-point proposal. Here we go. Let's share this. Donald J. Trump, based on conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asmir Munir of Pakistan, and where within they requested that I hold off the destructive force of being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agreed to suspend the bombing and the attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. Now they're saying 2 to 6 weeks today. You notice this morning in Caroline Leavitt's presentation, she said 4 to 6 weeks. Now this post says 2 weeks. She is saying this morning 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, there's the first description. There's the first lie. There's the first reframing of the actual facts. Okay, she said 4 to 6 weeks today. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives, as the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Your president has tweeted out that we have already met and exceeded all military objectives, which means that they are sure that there will be no more uranium enriched. They have opened up the Hormuz. They have made sure that they are no more weapons that can reach other nations. He said they have met and exceeded all of their military objectives. And we are far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. Highlighted here, we received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. Almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran. So Caroline Leavitt said that the first plan they threw in the trash, they threw in the garbage, and that Iran came back with a more condensed plan, a more condensed 10-point plan. But your president told you last night that all points of contention would be of the things that they felt that were unacceptable in Iran's prior 10-point plan. You know, that thing that Caroline Leavitt came up and said that it was so unreasonable that they threw in the trash. But what your president said about that previous the contentions in the almost all of the various points of past contention have been agreed to between the United States and Iran, but a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. On behalf of the United States of America, as president and also representing the countries of the Middle East, it is a honor to have this long-term problem close to a resolution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. So who's lying? Am I lying? Who's lying to you? Who has always lied to you? Who has always lied to you? I'm just here to give you information. She said that the plan was so ridiculous they threw it in the trash. And you see, your president said all points of contention have been settled over and agreed to. Okay, so let's get back to the live report. Caroline Leavitt. This link is in my description box under press conferences. It is the second link following the keg breath. Now, let me see if I have to. God bless Allah as well. God bless Allah. It's good to see you, Nappy Child. It's good to see all of you. Be sure to hit the like button. Even you haters, who where is this person? Where is this person? You notice this person has nothing to say when I posted the absolute facts. What do you have to say now? Who is this? Darren Swartz. What are you saying now, Darren? Nothing. You have nothing to say. You're gonna. What lie did I tell? What lie did I tell? Who told the lie? Me or Caroline Leavitt? Where's Darren? Speak to me. Speak to me. You don't have nothing to say, Darren? Oh, you quiet now, huh? Oh, you don't have anything to say. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful to anyone's God or religion. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful to anyone's God or religion. If you want to go to hell, that's on you. Do not disrespect anyone's religion, because at the last I looked, Muslims have never disrespected the Christian gods. But you notice how these fake Christians are always saying disgusting, disrespectful, sacrilegious things about the gods of other religions. That speaks highly of the people who are hiding behind this fake Christianity. That says so much about these people who are hiding behind God. As Pete Kegbreath tried to put a God into all of these war crimes at the end of his speech, talking about somebody something 88 said, "Oh, all hail to God." God doesn't condone any of these war crimes. So I don't care how many people talk about God. God is not a part of the military. The military is for people of all races, all religions, and trying to hold up the military as some Christianity viewpoint, as some you must adhere to the rulings of this fake Christianity that they're trying to put up to have you go lose your life over some fake rapture that you are bringing apart in the second book of the Bible. This is a bunch of bullshit. So do not come in my chat disrespecting any religion. If you want to disrespect somebody, disrespect the people who are really disrespecting the book of the Bible, the word of God, Christianity. Disrespect those motherfuckers. Don't come in my chat disrespecting anyone's religion. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, we're good. Okay, we can agree to disagree, but don't be sacrilegious in my chat. Save that for your own home and your friends and family. Spread your hate against religion there. This is about politics and the separation between church and state should be respected. Unfortunately, your War Department secretary has no respect, because the only way the tenets of your Secretary of Defense is racism. Let's be real clear about it. Let's come.
That was posed by Iran, and that threat has 6 weeks ago, the president looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat that was posed by Iran. And that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their Navy, their missiles, their defense industrial base, and...
But he did not tell us what the imminent threat to America was. Yeah, he looked in our face and told us that, and we looked in his face and told him that was a bunch of bullshit. And you're the head of your counterterrorism, and Tulsi Gabbard, the head of DHS, told us that there was no imminent threat from Iran. So, and we told you that was bullshit. And then Marco Rubio came out and said the imminent threat was to Israel. So, can you tell us again why we took our blood and treasure and lives over there when there was no imminent threat to the United States? And we have heard, well, if we hadn't struck, surely they would have struck Israel. And what does that have to do with the price of tea in China, and the American lives that were lost, and the American treasure that was lost, and the way of life in America? What does that have to do with us? Yes, your president did say that, but he did not tell us how did that affect us and how we lived our lives. Because if they did have that power, it would not have affected us and how we lived our lives. So while you trying to make it seem like you made a point, bitch, you made no point, because this war made no sense. That's why you guys try to disguise it as being everything but what it was, a war. So you would not have to go get congressional approval for this war. That's why you didn't get approval from the UN for this war, because you tried to disguise it as everything but what it was.
Their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation.
Them building a bomb or a nuclear a bomb was never cited as a reason why us going. You guys had to back off of that real quickly. You guys backed off of that real quickly, and then said that they were a threat to Israel, and that they had long range missiles that could strike Israel. Well, didn't Israel strike them? Did they strike Israel back, or did they just go out and assault Israel for no reason, or did they get their lick back when Israel struck them? Isn't that what they call self-defense? Isn't that what a nation is supposed to do when somebody comes in and strike them? But you standing up here like you making a point. None of this shit that you talking makes dog sense. Let's get to the press questions, bitch. Quit prolonging these answers with this bullshit, bitch.
Epic fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message to American seniors who have a much higher...
Is this same DuBois still answering questions? She introduced MAGA sycophant as a special guest, and he is still answering questions. Is this his third question that this DuBois is asking when we have real press to ask real questions? Of course, she's going to belabor this motherfucker who is a MAGA DuBois asking leading questions that she can easily answer. And watch, let's see how much patience she have with this DuBois, and then let's see when the real press start asking her questions. Because there is only a little bit left in this video, and we're gonna see this bitch start. I assume, I haven't seen this. I suspect we will see her get curt and short and ignorant with the real press.
their voter participation rate, and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections.
Well, the president loves our seniors across the country. And as you know, the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social.
Isn't it curious? Isn't it curious? He asks her a question, and she just so happens to have some notes on
tax
the side of her.
Nearly 90% of seniors.
You notice how he asks her a question? Do you think that they set this up ahead of time? That's why he's getting so much time during questions about this war that the world has, that this pansy that they have sitting up here just happened to ask her questions, and she's able to reach over to her notes, and it's right on top the answer to his question. Let's check that out again.
Seniors across the country.
The president's message.
An agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate, and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well,
now we are talking about the peace deal that was brokered. What does the president have to American seniors who will probably who vote more and probably have more votes in this midterm election? And do you think that this was a setup, a situation? If you don't, watch her answer it and reach right over and have all the statistics about seniors.
President loves our seniors across the country. And as you know, the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact,
you see that? You see that?
Year, which greatly reduced taxes on.
You see that? Let me pick up my notes. And let me give you the statistics that are written down on the notes for our fake polls question to take away time from people who are real journalists who have real questions.
On Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge.
Now, if she's here to talk about the war, why did she bring statistics about Social Security? I know someone, a teacher, who worked all of her life, who is in her late 70s, who since 45, 47, wants to talk about people on Social Security not having to pay Social Security tax. This woman said that she has never in her life had to pay taxes to the IRS. And while your president is trumping how there's no tax on Social Security, this woman who's living on Social Security had to pay over $6,000 in taxes this year. Never had to pay the IRS at all. So this is a bunch of bullshit. There is no thing that says there is no tax on Social Security. There are certain deductions that you are allowed to take that have been included. This woman had all of those deductions that were given taken out. Let's be clear. There's no such thing as no tax on Social Security. There are 3 deductions that they have added that you are allowed to take. And after those 3 deductions were taken out of this woman's taxes that who had never owed Social Security payments, she had to pay over $6,000 into Social Security. So this is bullshit.
Win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the president about how his policies have benefited the American people. And I'm proud to report that the president will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state media is saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Caroline, the president yesterday threatened.
Well, if the public reports are false and you are demanding that they reopen up the Strait of Hormuz, and the report is that Iran has closed off the Strait of Hormuz, how are you saying that the public reports are false, and at the same time still demanding that Iran reopen the Strait of Hormuz? And what here do you have to say about the reason for the Strait of Hormuz being closed? Because the deal is between the United States, and Iran. So we are clear that one of the stipulations that is Israel stop striking Lebanon. But you had no message to Israel to stop fucking up your ceasefire agreement. The same thing that Marco Rubio said, well, Israel told us that, they were going to strike Iran, and once they struck Iran, we knew that Iran was going to strike the U.S. So therefore, we struck Iran along with Israel. That's the reason why we are in this situation in the first place. Because Israel came to America and said that they were going to strike Iran. And instead of telling Israel, no, don't strike Iran because they're going to strike one of our military bases and we are going to be brought into it. But instead of telling Israel the obvious shit that Israel, we are supposed to be the greater nation over Israel, we said, okay, well, you gonna do it, we gonna do it too. Oh, so all of this blustering that you're talking about, let's be real clear. Israel was clear that those were the conditions for the ceasefire. Let's be clear. I've already showed you that Israel said at the onset of this agreement that they were not going to stop striking in Iran. Is this the one? No, that's not the one. I showed you this already, where Israel said that they're not going to stop striking Iran. Israel already had planned to fuck up this deal because Israel is the one who is behind all of this. But Israel don't have any boots on the ground. That thing that Pete Kegbreath was bragging about. We had boots on the ground. That's right. We had boots on the ground. But Israel already said that they are not putting no boots on the ground of their people. But you got dumb Kegbreath over there bragging about our people having boots on the ground in a situation that does not have anything to do with us. On the behest of Benjamin Netanyahu, now Kegbreath is over there bragging about boots on the ground. Let me show you this one more time of what Israel said at the onset of this ceasefire agreement. What came out of Israel about they're not going to stop striking Lebanon. So we're not going to pretend like we don't know that one of the conditions for this ceasefire is to stop the strikes on Lebanon. We're not going to be able to pretend like we don't know that stop striking Lebanon is a condition of this ceasefire. Why do we know this? Because Dropsite News has reported Breaking. Netanyahu official says Israel supports Trump 2-week suspension of strikes on Iran, but will not stop attacking Lebanon. So why would Netanyahu says, but they will not stop attacking Lebanon if they don't understand that one of the conditions in the ceasefire is that they stop attacking Lebanon. So when a reporter asked Caroline Leavitt, Israel is still striking Lebanon, so therefore Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz. Wouldn't that make sense that Israel is still striking Lebanon, so therefore the Strait of Hormuz has been closed, but you want to talk about what you told Israel, Iran to do, but you ain't told Israel a goddamn thing? What sense does this make? What sense does this make? And she's sitting up there talking bad and tough. Israel Prime Minister official said Tuesday that Israel will suspend strikes against Iran provided Iran immediately open the straits and ceases all attacks on the United States, Israel, and countries in the region. However, the 2-week ceasefire does not include Lebanon, the statement reads. So Israel is telling Lebanon, Iran, who they can and cannot strike, but they're going to still continue to strike Lebanon. When Iran said, no, if this is what you want, this is the negotiation. But Israel don't give a fuck about what nobody says. Israel says they going to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And we supposed to be the powerful nation. And we going to let Israel come in and fuck up our ceasefire. Let's be real clear what's going on. And here you have the mouthpiece for your president agreeing to this dumb shit. And you guys, Trump is the best. Trump is number one. Oh, Trump, Trump, Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump. Okay, let's continue. We're going to end it with this dumb shit.
That a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire.
Immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation. His saying publicly is different privately.
Arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war.
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president.
Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is a case of what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately that is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Caroline, the president yesterday threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the president of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the president mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military, and that they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for. And it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time.
So,
Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously in understanding that the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just.
No, the world should not take this whole administration seriously. She sounds like a freaking fool. No one should take his word seriously, because it appears that the president is not running the United States. It seems like Benjamin Netanyahu is running the United States, because Benjamin Netanyahu was well aware that not striking Lebanon was a condition of this ceasefire, and Benjamin Netanyahu has continued to strike Lebanon. I just showed you from the tweets that were put out last night, and here we are this morning. Benjamin Netanyahu is striking Lebanon, and Iran has closed this strait, and she's sitting up here trying to make it appear like a thing is not a thing. She's sitting up here lying miserably, trying to tell you some shit that you should believe in. Believe what your eyes are telling you, that Trump is a puppet for Netanyahu that is putting our American treasure and the lives of our American troops in danger for no good reason. Why he puts out all these liars with crosses hanging on their necks, pretending to be Christians.
Laid out by the 8 p.m.
Explaining why, well, I understand why Trump is his rhetoric, his disrespect for the God of another religion. She's trying to make light on it, but she comes out here wearing this cross around her neck, making it appear that it makes her more godly, like she is a godly person, as she explains to you, oh no, it was just rhetoric, with him saying all be to Allah. People who don't take Christianity seriously are telling you why you shouldn't take it seriously. While Trump doesn't even say, he said he is not a Christian, while he disrespect the God of another religion. Of course, it would be a Muslim religion. Make any of this make sense? And they try to act like they are negotiating in good faith. He called the Iranian peoples animals. What did Hitler call the Jewish people? He called them not rodents. What did Hitler call vermin? That is the quickest way to dehumanize a group of people, calling them vermin. Your president just yesterday called them monsters. Was it monsters? Animals. Called them animals yesterday. And this bitch sitting up here with a cross on trying to make light of him disrespecting the Muslim religion. So let's be real clear on what we're seeing in front of our eyes. We're not playing games over here. We're calling it for what it is over here. This is a bunch of bullshit. And your president is a puppet for Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin is going to get American military service members' lives taken from them. Because he wants to create a greater Israel.
deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
Thanks, Caroline. Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? As you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal.
What the fuck do you mean it's gonna be discussed between Netanyahu and the president? Netanyahu ain't got shit to do with this. This is a ceasefire between American and the Iranians. Let me hear this again.
Causing or potentially included.
In support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next.
Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? As you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in the ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought?
And he also ensured that he would continue to make strikes on Lebanon. He was the one. Now, how are you negotiating with Iran? And then once Benjamin Netanyahu find out what you agreed to in the negotiations, and Benjamin Netanyahu comes out and said, "Oh yeah, well I will be helpful to you in your endeavors, but I am going to continue to strike Lebanon." So what Benjamin Netanyahu said, I don't give a fuck what you agreed to. I'm going to do what I want to do, and now you're sitting up here acting as if that is not unacceptable behavior and that you are beholden to Benjamin Netanyahu. What does Benjamin Netanyahu and Mossad have on your president? Huh? Why is your president compromised to Benjamin Netanyahu? Why does your president bend to the will of Benjamin Netanyahu? You need to ask yourselves these questions. Why are the lives of our military men dependent on the beholdenness that President Trump has to Benjamin Netanyahu? I thought it was America first. What is America first about any of this? Where's the America first people? Where are you? What is America first about this shit?
Though that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire.
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the.
It seems to be undermining the Iranian ceasefire. Why is this so important? And it will continue to be discussed. You know this is undermining the ceasefire. You know this is undermining the ceasefire. So y'all gonna be crying again when Iran take you for what you worth. See, Iran already know that you cannot be trusted in negotiation. And right here this morning, you, the American representative, are showing why. It is obvious that the United States cannot be trusted in any negotiations. You are putting an explanation point on these facts that you have already proven that you cannot be trusted in negotiations, because in February you guys had agreed to the negotiations, and then on Thursday and then on Saturday you struck when you were supposed to be meeting with the UN to pinpoint and to put dots on your agreement that you had on Thursday, but then on Saturday, you and Israel struck Iran. You cannot be trusted in negotiation, and black people already know your type cannot be trusted.
President and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel and all of the parties involved, but at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal. Jeff.
Thank you. Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the president is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for.
Why are they dispatching Witkoff and Kushner? Iran already said that they will no longer negotiate with Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, and this is who they're sending out there. So, why? Iran has specifically said that they will never negotiate with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner again. Did you know that? Are you aware of that? Well, Caroline Leavitt and Donald Trump is well aware of that.
Talks this weekend. The first round, expecting his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, Special Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The first round of those talks will take place on Saturday morning, local time.
Oh, the thing I want to know. Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff has been all over the globe as these alleged special envoys for peace. And nowhere Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff have gone has developed any peace in any of the places where they have gone. Now, we have been in a full-fledged war. Why are we continuing to send these losers out, these people who have brokered no peace, who have only managed to broker personal wealth for themselves, their families, and their corporations and companies? Why are we sending them off after America has lost billions of dollars worth of equipment? 13 lives have affected so many people by the 13 lives that was lost in an illegal war where America was actually committing war crimes. Why the fuck are we sending Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff off for any fucking negotiations to a country that said that they are not ever going to negotiate with those two bumbling, greedy idiots again?
And we know we look forward to those in-person meetings.
What role does the president see for the U.S. in monitoring or helping with the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
I think the president commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor it very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the president has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, this ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Carol.
Sure, and then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer.
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United
He did take a look at it. That's why he's giving you the question. Your president has actually said that he would commit genocide in Iran. So, what are you talking about, stupid woman? What are you talking about, you fool? Everyone saw the president say that he was going to commit genocide in Iran. Maybe you should take a look at Benjamin Netanyahu and the traits that Benjamin Netanyahu have a war criminal himself that your boss has taken on upon himself. All of this shit that has been done, that we're speaking of, is illegal.
United States military, who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted "Death to America" for 47 years. That has
and they're gonna chant it for 47 more years now. And what does them chanting "Death to America"? How does that affect you and how you have lived your life? How has chance what is that thing? What is that saying? But words can never hurt me. Your parents didn't teach you that. I can't even remember. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. I thought that all children learned that. So what the chanting of "Death to America" are supposed to mean to us? When the chants of "Death to America," why is it that I only hear chants of "Death to America" when people want to go over there and actually put sticks and stones and break people's bones and take people's lives? Now all of a sudden I always hear about these chants of "Death to America." Chants of "Death to America" don't permeate with me because they don't affect me and how I live my life, nor do they affect any other American and how they live their lives. These people have absolutely no reason, and they're talking about 40 years of chants of "Death to America" and 40 years of this. They have absolutely no reason. This is a bunch of bullshit. Let's continue.
Killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president.
So how many people have you killed and maimed over the past 5 weeks? You said thousands. You said thousands. They killed and maimed thousands of people over 50 years, 5 decades. But how many guns that this administration shipped in to the protesters that were actually turned on the protesters? How many people did they kill that you guys are saying that the Iranian government killed when your president, your boss, turned around and told us that they shipped guns into Iran to give to the protesters? And who were killed? A lot of protesters, a lot of police officers, a lot of military people. And who killed all of these people? Named 3,000 people who were killed. When what happened? When your president told the people to rise up and take back their government, and after he told them to rise up, he smuggled in guns to Iraq. And allegedly he wanted to try to pretend, I think that the Kuwaiti people kept the guns. Well, maybe the Kuwaiti people, you gave the guns to the Kuwaiti people so the Kuwaiti people could be the ones who went in and killed all the protesters. But we are to believe that the Iranian government were the ones who killed the protesters, and the guns that were shipped in by the U.S. killed nobody. And it has gone from 15,000 protesters were killed to 30,000 protesters were killed to 45,000 via 45, 47 were killed to now close to 60,000, he says, were killed. The increasing tens of thousands of protesters, the lies where they have 3,000 actual names of actual people who were killed in the protest. The protest that your president sent guns to.
Absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting. Go ahead.
No, for you to insinuate otherwise is insulting. Knowing that the fact that if you just want to say thousands of people were killed in over 50 years, and what is insulting is that you want to act as if it was okay in this illegal war for the thousands of people that you have killed. That's what's insulting, under the premise of some fake bullshit that you are protecting the people when you are killing the people, when you sent in guns to the protesters that you said to stand up to your government, and they were brutalized by the weapons that you brought in to these protesters, and now you want to hold them up as people who lost their lives to their own government, and without taking your part in it. That's what's insulting. Fucking cunt.
Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all
the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure, in the green blazer.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure, and then in front of you. But Andrew, you can go ahead.
All right.
You're not wearing a green blazer.
I am actually wearing a green blazer.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization. Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars as fights against other governments?
Andrew, I think you should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks, and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
With all due respect, Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
there is
just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night. In that private conversation, Prime Minister Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. The president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on Iran, and I have a question on the Dignity Act as well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of 2 unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the vice president of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions. And as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad. later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country. And he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants.
She ignored the Dignity Act. Hold on one second. Bitter Biscuits. What is your question about blacks killing blacks? What does black on black crime have to do with anything? How would I know how many blacks kill blacks? How many whites kill whites? Since you have a question, I have a question, ready question for you. How many whites kill whites? How many whites SA of their children? Since we have questions, let's continue.
In the country a path to citizenship. What's the White House's position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can. You're welcome. Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iran venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does
the president said that he would consider a joint venture with putting tolls on ships. Since Iran he finally woke up and discovered that in the 10-point agreement that Iran has said that they will take up to $2 million per ship of ships passing to the Strait of Hormuz. I showed you that. I showed that to you. Now, this morning, they wake up and act as if they didn't know anything about it. Now, how are you going to act like you didn't know anything about them having control over the Strait of Hormuz and charging a toll of up to $2 million when your own president said, hey, we may do a joint venture and take up tolls and split them amongst ourselves, but at the same time you're pretending like, oh no, they have to open up the Strait of Hormuz. That's one condition of it. That no, there are 10 conditions, and it is clear that the Iran said that they will be charging tolls of up to $2 million to go through the straits. Now, they're trying to say that, well, Benjamin Netanyahu said that they have to open it up unconditionally. Benjamin Netanyahu said that he will continue to strike Lebanon. No, this agreement is not between Benjamin Netanyahu, and opening up the streets unconditionally cannot be a premise of the United States agreement, because the own greedy, grubby, grifting President Trump woke up out of his medicated stupor and saw that Iran said that they were going to be taking up to $2 billion, and he himself said that maybe they could do a joint venture. America could make a lot of money. A lot of money if they did a joint venture in charging tolls to go through the strait. That's a great idea.
Doesn't believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form.
So here she goes. The idea that the president has is reopening the strait without any limitations. Without any limitation, even though it was right there in the 10-point plan. But he's supposed to say, we're going to come in, illegally bomb your country, and we're not going to pay. We're not going to discuss any reparations to make it easier to say, like, we will get our reparations because we're going to charge every motherfucker that comes through this strait. But your president is such a greedy, grubby motherfucker that he's like, oh, wait a minute, that's a good idea. I can make make a lot of money off of that. America can make a lot of money. Maybe we can do a joint venture, and it would make us tons of money. Or we can put the money on the tariff shelf with the tariffs, all the money that we're gonna make. A greedy, grubby grifter. Now, this bitch is trying to make this shit sound normal. Like, no, they can't make any money off of the land that is on their coast. But we can consider it if we can let Americans come in after bombing them for absolutely no reason and ruining their country. And as long as America make money, maybe we can split the money. Make any of this make sense? Why don't they name it? They rename it the Strait of Iran, since it's since the water is right up against their country, the same way that 45-47 renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. Maybe if they name it the Strait of Iran, why don't they do that?
Of tolls or otherwise.
On the highly enriched uranium, has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation that the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from, and he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
Have they given any indication that they would turn it over?
They have.
They have.
Yes. Trevor.
The latest news out of Iran is that the air defenses have been activated in several cities, including Isfahan, and that explosions have been heard in Isfahan. Who is bombing Iran right now?
Were those reports just as of a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously I'll have to go back and check with the national security team. I'm standing out here with all of you, but I will do that and we will get you an answer, okay?
And just on the civilization question that we've been talking about.
And I would just add to that point, again, I haven't seen these reports. I'm not verifying them. Not that I don't trust you, Trevor, but I want to go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the vice president said this morning, this is a fragile truce. Ceasefires are fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down the chain. And so we understand that. I would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And the American presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy. Katie.
Thanks, Carolyn. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the president of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So it was a very...
They caved to their knees and the Strait of Hormuz is closed right now. Make that make sense. She believed it was a strong word from this administration, and it had made Iran cave to their knees, and they open the Strait of Hormuz, as the Strait of Hormuz is closed right now. See, once again, they negotiated with the United States, and once again, Benjamin Netanyahu came in and did whatever he wanted to, and the United States is allowing him to fucking fuck up this deal. And these idiots are talking about nuclear war against the Iranian people, as they are allowing Netanyahu create a whole new genocide in Lebanon. 1.5 million people have been displaced out of South Lebanon. And they talking about what Iran is doing. as they let Benjamin Netanyahu, who is committing the new genocide in Lebanon, do whatever the fuck he wants to do. See, we got to call a thing here. We got to call a thing here. And this is the thing that is really going on. And anybody who supports this president is a fucking fool, in my opinion.
Strong threat that led to results. And as the Secretary of War stated at the Pentagon this morning, it was not an empty threat by any means. The Pentagon had a target list that they were ready to hit go on at 8 p.m. last night if the Iranian regime had not agreed to open the strait, which they did. And I think that's something we should all be grateful for.
The United States is a moral leader in the world, given that
I was asked this exact same question by your colleague Andrew in the back. And I think, again, the insinuation by anyone in this room that Iran somehow has the moral high ground over the United States of America is insulting, considering the atrocities that they have committed against our people and our military over the past 5 decades. John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions for you. One has to do with a joint statement put out this morning by some of America's European allies, our NATO allies. And in that joint statement, they said regarding the Strait of Hormuz, our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks, when it's the American people who have been funding their defense. As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Ruta in a couple of hours here at the White House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation. And I will share it with all of you. They were
Our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks, when it's the
Did they turn their backs on the American people, or did the American people turn their backs on NATO to be Putin's puppet? Did the Americans consult NATO since they want to pretend like they thought that America was in some type of peril, that NATO, the whole position of NATO nation is to protect one another? So are we to believe that the U.S. felt that we were in peril ourselves? No, we didn't think, and we knew we were not in peril. All of this was to pacify Benjamin Netanyahu, because he decided to strike Israel, and he knew that they were going to strike back. Is Benjamin Netanyahu a part of NATO? So did NATO turn its back on the United States, or did the United States turn its back on NATO to appease Benjamin Netanyahu, who is not a part of NATO? So then when Benjamin Netanyahu got the United States, who are a part of NATO, all fucked up and twisted in the game, now the United States want to come to NATO and to get them out of trouble. Hey, can you help me? Hey, we got a little trouble over here. Did you consult them before you got into the trouble? Well, tell Benjamin Netanyahu to get you out of trouble. Now, you got strong words for NATO. Bitch, see, let me tell you something. This administration is going to ruin the United States and the nation. Our dollar is almost about to be worthless now. Understand that this has turned so many people off of America, and America has put itself in greater debt on this folly to appease Benjamin Netanyahu, because it is reported that Mossad has dirt on 4547 regarding this Epstein stuff. Behind 4547 being exposed in this Epstein situation. So, because of so many people who were willing to vote a 43 time convicted felon into the White House, the whole American empire is about to crumble. And at the time that the American dollar will prove to be worthless is when 4547, who has already let you know that he will be having his signature on all paper money. And at that point, the dollar will be worthless. So that's all I have for you guys today. That's the end of my show, the end of America greatness, the end of an era. If you did not hear how a 4547 has gotten $1.5 trillion gifted to him on that fake board of peace, and all of the different agencies that your government has taken money from to give 4547 $1.2 billion, which he has full and complete control over. Go over and rewind my video. I hope you guys have a fantastic day. I may or may not be back tomorrow. I'm pretty sure I will be back tomorrow because all of this bullshit is falling apart, and this government beholden to Benjamin Netanyahu is feckless. And pray for our troops. Pray that they survive this. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. If you would do me a favor and hit the like button, or you can hit the unlike button. Just engage. If you like to have a comment, make sure you leave a comment in the comment box after the video is over. All the links that I've used in this video can be found in my description box. We can agree to disagree, but we don't have to be disrespectful to each other. If you are disrespectful to me, I will treat you the same way, and you will never be able to come over here. I have no problem agreeing to disagree, but hey, we can be adults. I thank my mod, Leonard, for being here. Trump just sacrificed America's respect worldwide. I definitely agree with you on that. So I hope you guys enjoy the remainder of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless. Bye-bye.